Chapter 1070. The Kuan Ian Great Sage had a clan uncle named D. Quebec. He was extremely talented and could show disdain for the past and present. He was even a level stronger than the ancient emperors of the same age, and his name shook the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. DK's talent was shocking and he became famous at a young age. He once challenged the experts of the 12 races in a single night, shocking the entire world. Unfortunately, a sacred battle ape appeared in that era. He also had immortal bones and divine muscles, and he was famous for his battle prowess. They became the two most resplendent sacred stars. It was enough for there to only be one such genius. It was naturally a tragedy for the two of them to live in the same era. As a result, many peak battles occurred, and these battles were recorded in the history of the primordial deities. In the primordial era, the myriad of races gathered together. The competition in such a great era was the cruelest. Wanting to prove one's Tao and become an emperor was truly harder than ascending to the heavens. One had to defeat the geniuses of the myriad races. The two of them swept through the primordial era, but in the end, it was inevitable that they could only fight to the death. From the Tao severing realm, to the Saint King, and then to the Great Sage, it was unknown how many times they fought. Every battle could be said to be world-shaking. It could be said that in the eyes of the ancient races, they were lifelong rivals. The most legendary battle was the battle when the two of them became Saint Kings. Both of them were heavily injured and both of them were on the verge of death. DK struggled past the line of life and death. After that battle, his vitality suddenly increased and he lived a second life, doubling his lifespan. This was undoubtedly a sensational event that shocked the entire primordial era. The myriad races were in an uproar and almost all of them thought that DK would win and become the next emperor of the primordial era. There were very few people who could live a second life without proving their Tao. However, it wasn't that there were no examples. DK and the white-robed divine king Jiang Taishu were among them. Back then, the various races thought that DK would definitely be able to laugh until the end because the sacred battle ape was heavily injured and consumed a large amount of his life force. However, in the final battle between the two of them in the Great Sage realm, everyone's predictions were wrong. The monkey's father was peerless and dazzled the primordial era. Although he narrowly escaped death, he won in the end and suppressed DK, becoming invincible under the heavens. Later on, DK was depressed his entire life, and his cultivation didn't improve in the slightest. He stopped at the barrier of the Great Sage, and no matter how time flowed by, he didn't take another step forward. The halo on the body of a world-shaking heavenly figure quickly dimmed, and it could no longer shine with fiery light. It came to a sad end. Although the monkey's father had suffered a setback, he continued to advance bravely on the path of vindication. He was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his dazzling brilliance illuminating the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. It wasn't that the monkey's father didn't pay a price. In his lifetime of life and death battles with DK, his injuries had accumulated over time, and it had actually become a type of hidden injury of the great Tao. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but when he tried to break through to the extreme Tao Emperor realm and carried out the final step of proving his Tao, a great disaster occurred. The hidden injuries of the great Tao flared up, and he almost died. The consequences of this were extremely serious. The first time he corroborated the Tao, he was almost sentenced to death. No one believed that he could succeed, because corroborating the Tao again would be many times more difficult. However, the monkey's father wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. When he was comprehending the Tao and corroborating the Tao, he encountered a mishap and was on the verge of death. He used the undying medicine, the peach of immortality, to survive. After he came out, he was full of vigor, breaking through to the extreme Tao Emperor realm again, succeeding in one go. It could be said that back then, everyone's eyeballs popped out. It was many times more difficult than the first time he corroborated the Tao, yet he made it through in one go, completely unharmed. His combat prowess reached a heaven-defying level. DK lived a second life. His talent was rarely seen since ancient times, and his immortal root was world-shaking, difficult to find in the world. However, he was defeated. Emperor of Fighting narrowly escaped death, experiencing all sorts of trials and tribulations, but in the end, he won. He had never been defeated in his entire life, and his combat prowess was the greatest. He was honored as the Sacred Emperor. This was a tremendous honor, comparable to the ancient heavenly emperors. My father might have the shortest lifespan among the ancient emperors, but his cultivation is at the very front. The monkey said softly. Emperor of Fighting only lived for a little over 10,000 years. Compared to the other ancient emperors, he could be said to have died a heroic death. The first reason was because he used up the undying medicine, the peach of immortality. The second reason was because he was too powerful. He transformed into a war immortal in the mortal world, comprehending the Tao and cultivating too domineeringly, exhausting too much of his life essence. Emperor of Fighting defied the heavens, but in the end, he failed at the last step, unable to transform into a war immortal. The effects of his death were great, changing the entire world ahead of time. The northern region's vitality disappeared, the land scarlet without end, not a single blade of grass growing. Of course, even if the Emperor of Fighting didn't transform into a war immortal, the great Tao laws would still inevitably change, just that it was brought forward by many years. The great river flows east, the waves washing away all heroes. The ancient emperors contended for supremacy, but they all turned into dust. Kuan Zhou said with a sigh. DK died. I still find it a bit hard to believe. The victorious Fighting Buddha frowned. This was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred battle emperor. This was his lifelong rival. His brilliance illuminated the archaic era, overlooking the masses. He reversed 2 lives, creating a miracle. He was just a bit away from becoming a supreme being. It could be said that if he didn't live in the same era as the monkey's father, he would definitely have proven his Tao, and his battle prowess would be higher than his peers in ancient times. Even the Emperor of Fighting passed away, not to mention my uncle. It's normal for him to pass away, Kuan Zhou said. He lived a second life, and his lifespan is longer than yours. The Sacred Battle King said. Everyone was also puzzled. DK's talent was too high, and he had reversed 2 lives. His life essence was boundless, and he could live for a very long time. He was indeed buried in dust a long time ago. Kuan Zhou sighed. Back then, you were the one who asked him to make a move, right? Otherwise, he would have long stood aloof from worldly affairs. How could he have brought disaster to the world? The Sacred Battle King's golden eyes were as sharp as a blade. That's right, I was the one who asked him to make a move. Kuan Zhou didn't deny it. Everyone was shocked, and then relieved. Thinking back to that period of time, some of the fog was blown away. The Emperor of Fighting rose in an unstoppable manner, and DK, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, met a tragic end. His lifelong opponent never crossed paths again. The monkey's father proved his Tao and became a sacred emperor. He didn't care about the grudges of the past at all. Even though he was invincible in the world, he didn't suppress the Emperor of Fighting's race. Your brother has the spirit to conquer mountains and rivers, so he naturally wouldn't find trouble with my uncle. He also doesn't have any desire for revenge. Kuan Zhou said calmly, explaining the reason why DK made a move. I only told him that if he doesn't break the rules and walk out of his own unchanging world, he won't be able to prove his Tao even if he has the greatest talent in history. That's why he made a move, the victorious Fighting Buddha asked calmly. That's right. To break the shackles of one's life is to do things that one doesn't want to do or can't do normally. His talent isn't inferior to the Sacred Emperor at all, so he understands this more than I do. Kuan Zhou said. I knew it. With his temperament, how could he do something that goes against his heart? You really spent quite a bit of effort in order to persuade him, the old monkey said. His evaluation of DK was extremely high. After all, DK was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor of Fighting. In his entire life, he had only lost to his older brother. These were all ancient secrets. If they weren't told, the people of the world would never know about it. Even those at the extreme Dao Emperor realm had all kinds of helplessness. After learning about it, everyone could only sigh softly. DK made a move. Even though he was defeated by the Emperor of Fighting and his cultivation didn't improve in the slightest, he was still a terrifying great sage. Back then, the younger brother of someone as powerful as the Sacred Emperor was also heavily injured and on the verge of death after a battle. He cried out in grief and fled to the western desert. "My uncle fought to a draw with you." When he returned, he was even more depressed and died not long after. Everyone was horrified. The victorious fighting Saint King actually managed to kill DK in a battle back then. This was definitely a terrifying event that shook the entire ancient era. It was something that could be recorded in the history of deities. Two brothers from one clan, both able to compete with Quebec. This is truly heaven-defying. All the ancient races were astonished. Who was DK? He should have proven his Tao and become an emperor. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be an extraordinary ancient emperor. Everything was because he was born at the wrong time. Who would have thought that the younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting wouldn't be weaker than his older brother? If it wasn't for this era, they might have been one clan with two emperors. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the ancient races, after learning about these secrets, their emotions surged. They found it hard to control their blood and couldn't calm down. There were only a few people in the victorious fighting Saint Ape bloodline, yet they became a great imperial clan in the ancient era. This wasn't some kind of luck at all. There was a great reason for this. Their bloodline could generally become a Saint King with incomparable battle prowess. When the Emperor of Fighting was 5,000 or 6,000 years old, his father was still alive. It was precisely because of this that he had a younger brother. Back then, the Grand Sacred Emperor was a legendary figure who left behind many legends. Under such circumstances, the fire of gossip in Yifan's heart burned brightly. He couldn't help but ask the monkey, but the monkey stuttered and didn't want to say much. "DK isn't here anymore. You dare to fight me alone?" the Sacred Battle King said. His spirit, essence, and spirit rose rapidly, and his golden hair shone brightly. All the powerful beings of the various races retreated. Many people directly activated the teleportation platform. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. If the great sage attacked, the central region might sink and disappear completely. Kuan Zhou's gray hair hung loosely behind him as his gray eyes blazed with a blazing light. He calmly spoke, "My clan uncle was defeated by your elder brother, but I will get revenge. Today, I will suppress you and wipe away all the humiliation. My clan is born to be superior to your battle clan." The Sacred Battle King's body shone brightly, and his aura instantly became stronger. He said, "The battle race is not afraid of challenges. Monkey, your life shall end today." Kuan Zhou said coldly. "During the last years of the primordial era, you and others slaughtered everyone and established rules and regulations. Today, you will end everything." The Sacred Battle King pointed to the sky and said, "The battle outside the realm." "All right, I will send you on your way." Kuan Zhou flashed and disappeared. His vast aura instantly disappeared. The Sacred Battle King also released a blazing light and disappeared from True Sage City. In the battlefield of the saints outside the outer sky. After so many years, someone finally entered the ancient battlefield outside the realm. New sacred blood was about to be shed. What should we do? We can't go and watch the battle. We can't get close at all. If we touch it, we will definitely die. Many people were regretful. Quick, activate the array formation's Dharma Eye and watch this battle. An ancient race powerful being said. Powerful beings with high attainments in Tao patterns could set up a Dharma eye and transmit the situation of the battle outside the realm back to them. They could clearly see the battle situation. A few ancient kings quickly set it up, and a huge array formation appeared in the blink of an eye. It was about to reflect the battlefield outside the realm. It was silent outside the realm. Broken weapons and huge pieces of bones floated in outer space, exuding an ancient aura. This place had never changed. It was cold and desolate. Apart from the traces of the sacred battle, there was nothing else. At this moment, a small metal battleship let out a trembling sound. It turned into an eternal ray of celestial light and rushed into the depths of the universe. This battle has nothing to do with me. I am only here for the path of immortalization. A divine will rippled into the distance. If Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi were here, they would definitely discover that it was the mysterious miniature metal battleship that they had seen before. Back then, the imprint on Yi Fan's body was also done by the mysterious person inside the ship. The Western Desert ancient Buddha had foreseen it when he transformed into the Tao and helped him destroy it. Kuan Zhou and the Sacred Battle King arrived at this battlefield. They looked at each other coldly. This was going to be a peerless battle. The two of them looked into the depths of the universe and didn't say anything. Monkey, there is another Tao brother who is coming today. He also wants to learn a thing or two from you, Kuan Zhou said. Celestial chi emanated from his body and celestial light shook the universe. An extreme imperial weapons aura actually appeared. Shameless. In the central region, outside True Sage City, the sacred prince clenched his fists and was extremely worried. Chapter 1071. Kuan Zhou was tall and wore a moon-white battle robe. His gray hair draped over his shoulders, and a black gold pendant hung between his brows. It was a divine material exclusive to the great emperor, and it protected his frontal bone and immortal platform. Strands of immortal light seeped out from his body. This was the awakening of an extreme ancient imperial weapon. He stood in outer space like an ancient god. The sun and moon rotated in his gray eyes, splitting the heavens and earth. He was terrifying beyond compare. When he said this, anyone would feel a chill from head to toe. How could the person he called a Tao brother be an ordinary person? At the very least, he had to be a great sage that was worshipped by the entire world. It wasn't surprising that there were a few ancestral kings. After all, there were tens of thousands of races living together. This was a great era. However, true great sage were very rare. There were only a few of them on an ancient planet. It could be said that those who could reach this step all had the chance to prove their Tao. They had Tao bones that were rarely seen since ancient times, and they were all peerless figures with heavenly talents. To be able to become a great sage, there wouldn't be too much of a difference in strength between them. They were all giants that had stepped onto the path of immortality. If they didn't have the strength to reach this step, how could they become a great sage? Kuan Zhou's words made everyone's hair stand on end. Two great sages had come together. The Sacred War King was most likely in danger. The alien battlefield was silent. When the victorious fighting Buddha opened and closed his eyes, his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Central region, outside the True Sage City. Princess Divine Silkworm stood up and was about to rush into outer space. Her purple hair danced in the wind, and a baleful aura appeared in her phoenix eyes. She was not angry, but she was imposing like an empress. Her heart was filled with worry. Two beams of cold light shot out from her eyes. She couldn't control herself. The old monkey might be in trouble if two great sages attacked together. Princess, please wait. An old Daoist from the Divine Silkworm Ridge stopped her. Although he was angry and worried, he couldn't change anything. The great sage was an existence that even a saint-level ancient king had to look up to. He surpassed everyone's imagination and could destroy half of an ancient planet with a raise of his hand. If one didn't stand among them, they would die in vain if they went. Why is he even more shameless than Duanda? He's not fighting alone, but ganging up. Even the Black Emperor couldn't help but curse. He's really of the same bloodline. The Heavenly Prince must have been incited by him, Yi Fan said. Outside of true Paragon City, the Dao patterns on several formation platforms revolved densely. The heavenly Dharma eye appeared, reflecting everything that was happening in the foreign battlefield. It was truly visible. No one could calm down. This battle actually involved a third great saint, making it more and more terrifying. It most likely involved an archaic imperial clan. Of the sovereign king, King said. Of sovereign king, Zhou, emperor, sovereign king, emperor, Zhou, king, and was sovereign king, could it be, the weapon of the ancient heavenly emperor? Ma, 1. King, sovereign, his sword, and king, and, comma, of, comma, and, his, and to of, and. That's the sovereign king. His weapon can destroy eternity. It's a supreme celestial weapon. Anyone who thought of this possibility wouldn't be able to sit still. Today's matter was getting out of hand, and they would most likely fight to the point where the star field would collapse. Huh. One of the ancestral kings laughed out loud. As soon as the victorious fighting Buddha appeared, a group of followers appeared. Kuan Zhou, the great sage, had great achievements and was famous throughout the ages. Naturally, he was followed by an ancient king. This person laughed without restraint. He was certain that the sacred king was going to fall and had no scruples. So what if he's the sacred king's younger brother? I don't believe he can defy the heavens and be even more powerful than his elder brother. The ending is already decided. He said coldly. DK was a divine genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient sacred kings. As for his nephew Kuan Zhou, he similarly showed disdain for the archaic era. He was a great sage who had never been defeated before, possessing DK's style. If such an unrivaled great sage and another person of the same level attacked together, even the sacred king would most likely fall. Scram! Princess Divine Silkworm took a step forward and was about to attack. And at this time, the Silver Moon Heavenly King also took a step out, blocking his path, opposing him with equal harshness. Suddenly, the world quietened down. Everyone was lying on the ground, trembling. They felt like they had reached the end of their lives. A heavenly might came from beyond the sky, pressuring everyone to the point of suffocation. Even a clan leader couldn't block it. Their bodies stiffened and they wanted to fall down. The battle of the great sage had begun. Everyone was shocked to find that the outer realm battlefield was already collapsing. The sacred king punched out and destroyed outer space, returning everything to its original state. Chaotic energy surged. Who could block the attack of the great sage? Kuan Zhou disappeared and appeared in another world. He stood in the lonely universe and looked at him coldly. Monkey, you are powerless to defy the heavens. Wisps of immortal light shot out from his body. It was as if he had merged with the Tao and was reviving an ancient imperial weapon. He was about to kill. What sparring? What battle of enlightenment? Everything was empty talk. This was a battle of life and death. There was only one goal, and that was to kill the enemy. Kuan Zhou's expression was cold. His hair fluttered in the wind. With the help of the ancient imperial weapon, his aura rose to an extreme level. It was as if he had turned into an ancient sovereign. Clang! The victorious fighting Buddha naturally wouldn't be lenient. A black iron staff appeared in his hand. It was dazzling with immortal light and auspicious colors, and the might of an extreme Tao sovereign wreaked havoc in the sky. This was the weapon of a sacred sovereign. It was a celestial treasure that suppressed the primordial era. Who knew how many ancient kings it had killed? The mottled marks on it were filled with domineering might. Buzz! The sacred king turned into a beam of light. He held the glowing divine iron in his hand and turned into a god of war who looked down on the world. He swung the staff and shook his arms. The sun and moon shook together, and the star field trembled. The entire outer realm battlefield collapsed as he attacked toward the great sage Kuan-zhou. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the central region, outside the true Paragon City, the experts of the various races were trembling. There was an innate fear in their hearts. Even though they were so far away, goosebumps still appeared on their bodies. Even the saint-level ancient kings held their breaths. It was extremely quiet. No one spoke, and they were all paying close attention. In the outer realm battlefield, a divine soul let out a long roar that shook the mountains and rivers. The sacred king was unstoppable, and even the great sage Kuan-zhou had no choice but to dodge. He didn't want to clash with the divine iron and was forced to retreat. However, the old monkey's speed was too fast. It pressed down on him and charged into the pitch-black universe. The black immortal iron in its hand crushed the sky and caused time to flow. It was a vast ocean that belonged to the great Tao. The sacred king carried the might of 10,000 caddies and tyrannically dominated the world. He whistled through the air as if he could pluck the stars and moon. A black divine iron blocked the front and continued to press down on Kuan-zhou, destroying everything in its way. The corpses and meteorites in the outer realm all exploded and turned into dust. The heavenly magic eye reflected everything clearly. Everyone saw everything clearly, and chills even seeped out from the cracks of their bones. Just how great of a divine ability was this to be able to move unhindered in the heavens? Perhaps a single finger was enough to wipe out everyone here. Everyone understood. The sacred king's fierce attacks didn't give Kuan-zhou any chance to catch his breath. He wanted to get rid of him before the other person arrived. How domineering and confident was this? He dared to attack like this, thinking that he was the only one in the world. Did he really think that he could kill the great sage so quickly? Boom! Finally, the victorious fighting Buddha's battle blood boiled. He pressed down on the great sage Kuan-zhou and moved forward. With a swing of his cudgel, a small planet in front of him exploded. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. A star turned into a ball of light. It was extremely dazzling, like fireworks. The great sage could pluck stars, capture the sun, and destroy the moon with a roar. This was not a lie. They could really do it. Everyone saw this scene with their own eyes. The victorious fighting Buddha held the black divine iron. His celestial aura surged, and he smashed a star with a single strike. Everyone was shocked from head to toe. Who dares to challenge him? Who dares to challenge him? No one could say anything. What could they use to fight against such power? If this battle had happened in the central region, all living beings would have been killed. However, when the dazzling light disappeared, everyone was shocked to find that Kuan-zhou was unharmed. He didn't die. Strands of celestial light flowed around his body, and he stood in the outer realm. The Silver Moon Heavenly King, the 8 divine generals, and some of the great sage's followers all heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts were in their throats. If Kuan-zhou had been killed just now, they would be in big trouble. Monkey, I've said it before. Your doomsday is here. Today, you can't defy the heavens. The great sage Kuan-zhou attacked. The extreme Tao imperial weapon in his body shot out 2 beams of light through his arms. The sonorous voice of the great Tao split the outer realm battlefield. Dang! The celestial sound was deafening. The ancient imperial weapons clashed. The great sage confronted each other. This was the most world-shaking battle in the last 10,000 years of the post-antiquity era. The great sage Kuan-zhou was also valiant. His gray hair scattered about, his gaze terrifying. Strands of celestial light shone down, his body and the ancient imperial weapon becoming one. A divine battle unfolded. Everyone has said that the great sage Kuan-zhou's style is exceptional, comparable to his clan uncle. Now that I see it, it seems like this is the case. He has never tasted defeat in his entire life. Stunning through the ages, this might very well be the second DK. Everyone was shocked. The great sage Kun Zhou had few opponents in the world. During these years, all clans respected him. He simply had the unmatched style of his clan uncle. Meanwhile, this battle was comparable to the battle between DK and the Emperor of Fighting in the past. They were both at the Great Sage realm, a confrontation at the peak. I am not DK, and you are not the Emperor of Fighting. The conclusion of this battle will be completely different from the war of fighting for supremacy. Kun Zhou shouted. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't say a word. The black immortal metal in his hand surged with auspicious multicolored light, crushing the sky dome. He became more and more valiant as he swept through the great enemy before him. Hong! Suddenly, a similarly terrifying sphere of light appeared on the other side, crushing towards the old monkey. Many giant meteors were blasted away, turning into ashes on the spot. The third great sage took action. He no longer watched from the sidelines and attacked the victorious fighting Buddha. Clang! Dang! The victorious fighting Buddha brandished the black divine metal, colliding head-on with Kun Zhou and the great sage at the same time. Then, he flew out over 100 li, standing in the void with his rod in front of him. Not good, the second person also has an extreme imperial weapon, and he really is at the great sage realm. A huge problem has appeared. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Uncle! The sacred prince's eyes were about to split open. He knew that this was a great disaster. How could his uncle resist? How could this be? Yi Fan frowned. He swept his gaze over the primitive lake, the Blood Phoenix Mountain, the Fire Qilin Cave, and the other great ancient imperial families. Apart from them, who else could provide a monarch-level weapon? Perhaps it was the only remaining great sage of a certain imperial family. In the alien battlefield, the victorious fighting Buddha was silent. His divine bones clanged, but he didn't say a word. He looked at the two great sage in different directions, holding the immortal metal rod and standing alone. Monkey, I know that you still have the demon-subduing pestle of Mount Meru, and you can also borrow the ancient imperial clothes of the divine Silkworm Ridge. But what can you do? Do you dare to use two monarch-level weapons for a long period of time? Death is your only outcome. Kun Zhou said coldly. Chapter 1072. The foreign battlefield was desolate and withered. Rotten metal warships, the remains of terrifying saints, the lustrous white skeletons of the god race, and other things were scattered everywhere. Shattered holy weapons, mysterious undying corpses. Many of these were precious materials, but time had worn them all down. The victorious fighting Buddha was silent. He was facing two great enemies alone. This was an unimaginable pressure. The great sage's divine abilities were unrivaled. He could pluck the stars and seize the sun, throw heaven and earth into chaos. A single one of them could destroy the world. Xiao! Kun Zhou's body merged with the extreme Dao imperial weapon. He turned into a streak of immortal radiance and took the initiative to attack the old sacred ape. Now that helpers had arrived, he had even less misgivings and attacked fiercely. The victorious fighting Buddha used the black divine metal to resist. Multicolored light and endless Dao marks tore through the dark and ice-cold sky. Thunder rumbled. This was a supreme confrontation between the great sages. They fought with the help of the extreme Dao imperial weapon, raising this battle to the limit. It was as if the ancient sacred emperors had revived. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Evil winds howled. Even though they were in outer space, hurricanes were stirred up in the vacuum. All types of gods and devils appeared at the same time. Headless saints, headless god race, holy spirits with immortal wings, this was a terrifying scene. They were all displayed by the ancient imperial weapons. They were the supreme experts they had killed in the past. The black metal rod shone with endless auspicious light as it clashed with Kuan Zhou again and again. The two collided violently, causing the winds and clouds to tremble. The great battle was intense. The great sage was fighting with his life on the line. However, this was destined to not be a fair contest. How could the other great sage watch without doing anything? He immediately rushed over to help. It was as if a comet had arrived, causing the darkness heaven domain to become resplendent. Dang! This was the collision of the extreme Dao imperial weapons Dao marks. It immediately exploded, and the foreign battlefield was split into pieces. 3 figures flew to the side, and that place became a black hole. In the central region, outside the true Paragon city, everyone couldn't help but tremble. They could clearly feel the aura of ancient emperors. They could only look up to a battle of this level. So it was you, in the extraterrestrial battlefield. The war king steadied himself and looked at the other end of the battlefield. The identity of the third great sage had been exposed because of the weapon in his hand. This was a figure whose entire body was surrounded by golden light. In his hand was a golden truncheon. The might of the extreme Dao surged, crushing the heavens until it collapsed. Great Dao rumbled, millions of strands of immortal multicolored light surged, incomparably mysterious. It's the Gold Clan's ultimate path ancient imperial weapon. Even the royal clan is involved. That's right, it's the famous golden swordbreaker that is rumored to be able to kill gods and immortals. It's an ancient imperial weapon that rarely appears in the world. In the central region, outside the true sage city, all the ancient races were trembling. They had never expected that the low-profile, yet incomparably powerful ancient royal family would make a move. This was really chaos. Was a war going to break out between the ancient royal families? The Aurum race was an incomparably mysterious ancient race. Their might shook the supreme ancient immortal realms and they were incomparably illustrious. To be able to be known as the Aurum race, their bloodline and strength were naturally world-shaking. This was a kind of recognition of status. No one would have thought that an influential royal family of the supreme ancient immortal realms would make a move and help Kuan Zhou eliminate the battle's sacred king. This was a very bad sign. Even though the battle's sacred ape bloodline had very few people, they were an ancient royal family in name and in reality. This was equivalent to a war between the royal families. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, this kind of thing rarely happened. They all tried their best to avoid it because the impact was too great and the consequences were unpredictable. If the hundreds of races they controlled were involved, once the flames of war started, all the races might fall into chaos. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Fire Qilin Cave all frowned. This matter had escalated further and exceeded their expectations. It might cause a heaven-shattering war between the ancient races. The Aurum race's northern plains golden family is. Yi Fan was puzzled. He had once killed Jin Qishao, and it was said that he was a descendant of the ancient races. It's a royal bloodline of the Aurum race that intermarried with humans, causing their bloodline to become thinner, said the Black Emperor. The sacred prince looked at the sky angrily. Through the heavenly Dharma eye on the formation platform, he could see everything in the outer realm. Damn it, the Aurum race has actually made a move. The divine Silkworm Princess was shocked and furious. She was worried and felt powerless. The powerful Aurum race had made a move, and the consequences were terrifying. Ha! Ha ha ha! One of the followers of the great sage Kuan Zhou laughed unscrupulously. Once the Aurum race's last remaining great sage appeared, the outcome was almost certain. Who didn't know how terrifying the golden truncheon was? It could kill gods and immortals. In the hands of a great sage, it could destroy ancient stars one after another. Do you think that with the appearance of the sacred war king, you can sweep through everything? There are several great sage in this world, and he isn't the only one. On the other side, an ancient king sneered. The 8 divine generals all heaved a sigh of relief. Now, the outcome was almost certain. The two great sage each held an extreme path ancient imperial weapon. Even the gods in the Sea of Stars could be killed. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and those who followed the sacred war ape bloodline were all worried. How could they fight? The sacred war king had a body of flesh and blood. After all, he had yet to prove his Tao. If there was no miracle in this battle, his life would be in danger. I'll help him. The divine silkworm princess was about to soar into the sky. Princess, you can't. An old Daoist of the divine silkworm ridge hurriedly stopped her. The divine silkworm princess also knew that if it wasn't for the great sage, she wouldn't be able to change the outcome. Her eyes were filled with tears. She just didn't want to see the sacred war king stain the sky with blood. She wanted to die with him. Someone said that she wanted to wipe out the 8 divine generals and remove us from our names forever. I said, this is wishful thinking. She will be destroyed herself, said a saint-level ancient king among the 8 divine generals. Bang! The divine silkworm princess attacked with peerless beauty. Her white hand shot out multicolored light that swept through the ancient race experts in front of her. Boom! The silver moon heavenly king resisted and blocked her attack. He dispelled the disaster of the 8 divine generals and blocked her path. The battle outside the sky would also determine life and death on the ground. The two forces were at each other's throats, and a great battle was about to break out. Even Yi Fan and the sacred prince were prepared to fight. The situation was extremely grim. Suddenly, a heart-palpitating aura surged from the sky. The battle of the great sage realm began. A life-and-death battle pulsed down from the endless sky. The great sage fought and fought at the peak. The 3 figures turned into 3 eternal beams of immortal light. They galloped around and fought to the point where they almost transformed into the Tao. The ancient king of the gold race was very terrifying. He was one of the few remaining great sage of the 10,000 races. He was called the Golden King. His figure was thin, but he courageously moved the 10,000 races and was incomparably powerful. He used all kinds of wondrous techniques that were released through the ancient imperial weapon. His power was countless times stronger. The sky rumbled, the great Tao resonated, and heaven and earth resonated. It was as if a new world was being opened up. His long golden hair was scattered, and even his pupils were golden. With a roar, a small planet exploded and turned into a dazzling light. The people on the ground all sucked in a cold breath. Even the saint-level ancient kings who followed the victorious fighting Buddha turned pale. How could they fight against such a figure? He could sweep through the world by himself. The Golden King's thin body was filled with destructive power. Every time the golden truncheon in his hand swept out, the battlefield would collapse and turn into a black hole. The truncheon looked like an ancient sword if one didn't look closely. It was long but bladeless. It had 4 edges and looked more like a short stick with a hilt. It was a heavy weapon. This golden truncheon could even beat immortals. It shook the ancient times, and every time it appeared, something big would happen. It was accompanied by the fall of a peerless figure. Now, another omen had appeared. The old monkey shook his arms and had the power to destroy the sun and moon. The black divine metal in his hands clashed with the golden truncheon. Although they didn't really collide and only fought through Tao marks, a deafening sound rang out. The divine techniques turned into misty rain. The sacred war king fought Kuan Zhou and the Golden King alone. Even the stars were trembling. The battle had reached its climax. Yi Fan and the others' hearts sank. At this point, even if the great sage had a gap, it wasn't obvious anymore because he had an ancient imperial weapon. Kuan Zhou was like the resurrection of DK, and the Golden King was unstoppable. He used 2 ancient imperial weapons to suppress the sacred war king. If this went on, he would definitely succeed. Monkey, can't you borrow the divine silkworm race's battle armor? Why don't you use it to defend? Kuan Zhou said coldly. On the ground, everyone was helpless. They knew the victorious fighting Buddha's concerns. Even if he was the great sage, he would be exhausted if this went on. At that time, he would be in even more danger. The Golden King roared, and a large number of meteorites turned to dust. His courage was unstoppable. His golden eyes shot out strange light, and the golden truncheon in his hand became even more dazzling. Clang! The sacred war king fought the two great sage alone. He swung the black truncheon and clashed with them. Beams of world-destroying light shot out, and the outer realm collapsed. Boom! The truncheon swept out, and they killed their way into the dark star domain. Another dim star was destroyed, and dazzling flames bloomed, making that place as bright as day. On the ground, everyone's scalps went numb. The great sage's battle was too terrifying. Now, anyone who went to help would only die in vain. This was a world-shocking battle between the great sage. The three great sage tangled together. They were so fast that people couldn't react. In the end, it was difficult to see their divine techniques clearly. They could only see divine multicolored light rising and the sky collapsing. This part of the starry sky was in ruins. The ancient battlefield in outer space was torn apart from time to time. The sun and moon were shaking, and stars would fall. No matter what it was, it could be destroyed. The three great sages' eyes were red. The battle was so intense that even the starry sky collapsed. Black holes appeared from time to time, and they fought in and out. They were often drowned in primal chaos and risked their lives. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm princess, and the others' hearts sank. The ancestral king standing on the side also turned pale. The consequences were unimaginable. It was as if they had already seen a tragedy. The two great sage attacked. Their bodies were emitting boundless light, and they merged with the extreme imperial weapons. No matter how powerful the sacred war king was, it was difficult for him to fight them alone. It's not fair. Using two imperial weapons to kill one person. Shameless. The sacred prince gritted his teeth. His golden hair stood on end, and he hated himself for not being able to help. Can't the sacred war king borrow three ancient imperial weapons? You can use them all at once. Ha ha ha. An ancient king on the other side laughed impudently. Everyone, the outcome has been decided. Didn't they say they wanted to wipe out the 8 divine generals? Why don't we attack and wipe them all out in one battle? Another person suggested. Whether it was the army of the 8 divine generals or the Silver Moon Heavenly King, they all agreed that the sacred war king would definitely die. There was no longer any hope of survival. Ha! Piercing sneers and emotionless gazes. This group of people's morale was high. They wanted to kill Princess Divine Silkworm, Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, and the others. Is there no hope? If that's the case, I'll fight to the death with you. Princess Divine Silkworm said. Although she was sad, she was not weak. Her gaze instantly became sharp. She stared at everyone in front of her and said, "The Sacred War King has lived a righteous life. He is not someone you can humiliate. So what if he can prove his Tao in the future? Under the attacks of the two great sage DK, he will die without a doubt. The winner takes all. As long as he dies, he will be nothing but dung." An ancestral king sneered. Two great sage D Quebec. How dare you say that? Even if you win, it's not glorious. The sacred prince rebuked angrily. It was to lure him down Mount Meru to kill the sacred war king. No matter what you do, it's not too much, a sacred ancient king said coldly. What should they do? If the sacred war king died, there would be a great disaster. A rain of blood would sweep across the land. The hearts of those who stood on the sacred war ape's side were shrouded in a layer of haze. Boom! Everyone trembled. A shocking change occurred in outer space. The ancient emperor's aura spread across the star field. A demon-subduing pestle appeared, and a set of divine silkworm armor flickered, shining with eternal celestial light. You! How could this be? Great sage Kun Zhou turned pale. It's the Emperor of Fighting. How is he still alive? Even the Golden King was terrified. The black divine metal, the demon-subduing pestle, and the divine silkworm armor, these three ancient imperial weapons were controlled by three figures. They confronted the two great sage DK in front of them. This was a shocking change. No one had expected it. Everything was too sudden. At this moment, two imposing figures suddenly appeared, each with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. One of them shone with a holy and auspicious Buddhist light. It was a golden sacred ape. Although it had a compassionate look, it also had a threatening aura, exactly the same as the sacred war king. This is the endless power of faith from Mount Meru. Kun Zhou felt as if he had eaten a dead child. His expression was as ugly as it could be. He was extremely wary of the mysterious power on Mount Meru, so he lured the sacred war king down the mountain. However, he did not expect the victorious fighting Buddha to transform that sea of psyche power into a Tao body. The sacred war king formed from the power of faith from Mount Meru held a demon-subduing pestle. His compassion was accompanied by majesty. He roared like a lion, and his divine might was unparalleled. On the other side, the figure that appeared was the Emperor of Fighting in the past. His eyes were frightening, and he looked down on the world. He stood there, holding the black divine metal. Even the great Tao trembled. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only he reigned supreme. This is the influence brought about by breaking through the shackles and severing the great Tao of the sacred emperor, and it condensed a dead me? The Golden King's expression was very bad. This sacred war king looked like the invincible sacred emperor of the past. He held a black divine metal staff and looked down at them, terrifying beyond compare. As for the sacred war king's true body, he had already put on the divine silkworm armor. 9-colored celestial light shot into the sky, and his battle intent was high. He said, "Since you like to fight in groups, then I will accompany you to the end. But this time, it will be 3 of me against 2 of you." Huh. In the central region, the divine silkworm princess laughed like a peerless empress. Her purple hair danced in the wind, and her ethereal charm was restrained. On the other side, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Many people's faces were ashen. Chapter 1073. The great sage Kun Zhou and the Golden King's expressions changed. They didn't expect the sacred battle king to be so heaven-defying. The situation had turned around and was extremely disadvantageous to them. How were they supposed to fight? With 2 more Daoist bodies and 3 more ancient imperial weapons activated, they would be able to beat them to a pulp. Kill! The 3 sacred battle apes attacked at the same time. The sky exploded, and the 3 ancient imperial weapons were awakened. 3 figures flew over and swept across the 2 of them. Victorious fighting Buddha. The golden sacred battle ape with the demon-subduing pestle chanted his own name. He looked dignified and attacked fiercely. Buddha's light shone and buried Kun Zhou underneath. Kun Zhou's expression was ugly, but he had no choice but to fight. He had no other choice. If he retreated, he would die. If he advanced bravely, he might be able to carve out a future. Billions of strands of celestial light flowed out of his body to block the victorious fighting Buddha. He activated all of his magic power and didn't hold anything back. Boom! The demon-subduing pestle emitted boundless Buddha's light. Its power was unparalleled, and when it smashed down, this place was filled with the aura of absolute beginning. The sky exploded and turned into chaos. This was an imperial weapon, the number 1 divine weapon of Buddhism. It was personally refined by Amitabha the Great, and its power could be seen from its name. It was the supreme immortal weapon of Buddhism. Ah, Kuan Zhou roared and used all his strength to resist. He had no choice but to attack with all his strength. If he couldn't kill a sacred battle ape in advance, he and the Golden King would definitely be defeated. This sacred battle ape was completely formed from the psyche power of Mount Meru. It had an indestructible golden body, and it held the demon-subduing pestle in its hand. Its eyes were glaring at the Vajra, and its roar caused even the Kuan Yin great sage to stagger. The demon-subduing pestle was a supreme Buddhist treasure that could strengthen all Buddhist techniques. At this moment it was manifested to slay demons and subdue demons. Kuan Zhou, hand over your life. The victorious fighting Buddha roared. The demon-subduing pestle turned into a dazzling Buddha's light that sprinkled down, causing Kuan Zhou's body to shake. Using the boundless psyche power of Mount Meru to forge a Dao body and the demon-subduing pestle of Amitabha to complement each other, he was simply invincible. However, Kuan Zhou was similarly stunning. After all, he was evaluated to be comparable to DK, possessing sufficiently powerful methods and talent. His combat experience was extremely abundant, allowing him to kill evenly matched opponents. On the other side, the Golden King was not so lucky. He was fighting against another Taoist body of monkey. He gasped while fighting. He was born in the archaic era and had witnessed the unparalleled might of Emperor of fighting. Now that he once again felt the wisps of vital energy, his heart palpitated and his hairs stood on end. This golden holy ape was ridiculously powerful, incredibly domineering. It brandished a black divine metal, suppressing him, almost forcing him to flee. This was the Saint Emperor's great Tao. He was the sole sovereign of the world, his combat strength world-defying. A single iron rod swept through the world, slaughtering to the point of berserk, as if a war immortal had descended into the mortal world. Golden King was not only afraid of the former Emperor of fighting, but also the real body of the monkey in front of him. Being born in the same era as the ancient Saint Emperor, everyone's Tao would be suppressed, making it difficult to break through. If one couldn't approach the Imperial Tao, it would be useless even if they avoided it until this era. And now, the monkey had actually reached this step, completely removing the influence of the Saint Emperor and forging a Taoist body. This was a type of great boldness, severing one's own past and breaking away from the suppression of the Emperor of Fighting's Tao marks. This was a huge breakthrough. From now on, he could walk on his own path of immortality. If he was blessed with good fortune, he might be able to ascend to the extreme one day and become an emperor. Roar, the golden holy ape roared proudly. The black divine metal in its hand hacked down, forcing the Golden King to retreat again and again. His arm was numb, and the golden rapier in his hand almost fell out. He held on to the ancient imperial weapon tightly. If he lost it, he would inevitably turn into ashes immediately. This was a torturous process. He was suppressed by the golden holy ape's aura, and his true combat strength was also a notch lower. He continuously retreated. The most terrifying thing was that the golden rapier was an emperor-level weapon, and it required a huge amount of magical power. Even the great sage would be sucked dry after a long time. Clang! The black iron rod chopped down, and the traces of the great Tao fell down. It smashed onto the golden rapier, and there was a loud boom. The star field shook, and the meteors shattered. The Golden King was injured, and he spat out blood. Eat another one of my rod. The golden holy ape held the big iron rod with both hands and smashed down. The Golden King was forced to block it, and the rapier overflowed with thousands of rays of light. Clang! The black divine metal and the golden rapier clashed through the Tao marks. The sound of metal vibrating was deafening, and a ball of blazing light burst forth. The dark universe seemed to explode. Pfft! The Golden King spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body flew out for hundreds of miles. The ancient imperial weapon in his hand almost fell out, and his magical power was almost exhausted. This is bad. The great sage Kuan Zhou frowned. The Golden King definitely couldn't block it, and on the other side, the Saint King of Fighting's true body hadn't made a move yet. Boom! With the black divine metal in his hand, the monkey with the aura of a Saint Emperor chased after the Golden King. At this time, the monkey's true body also moved. His body was covered in the 9-colored imperial robe of the divine silkworm race, and his whole body was dazzling. He went straight for Kun Zhou. "It's time for you to die," the Saint King of Fighting's true body shouted. The great sage Kun Zhou's face turned green. He was indeed very talented, and he wasn't much weaker than DK back then. But facing the attacks of 2 monkeys at the same time, even a god would cry if he came. Boom! The Saint King punched. He was wearing the 9-colored battle robe, and celestial light shone brightly. He waved the great Tao of heaven and earth, and his fist intent was unparalleled. Bang! Kun Zhou braced himself and fought between the 2 monkeys, but not long after, he spat out blood from exhaustion and was sent flying by the demon-subduing pestle. Wah! He coughed out blood, and his vitality was injured. He retreated in the dark universe, and it was difficult for him to block the peerless attacks of the 2 monkeys. In the central region, outside the true sage city, the 8 divine generals, the Silver Moon Heavenly King, and the others were silent. The ancient kings who followed the great sage Kun Zhou were also pale. The change was too sudden, and the reversal was too fast. Those who had just said that they wanted to massacre the sacred prince, Yi Fan, and the divine silkworm princess all shut their mouths, and they wanted to escape immediately. A saint-level ancient king was almost trembling. He had just said that it would be difficult for the Saint King to make a comeback, and if he died in the outer realm, he would be no different from dung. Weren't you guys clamoring and urging the ancient races to attack together? Do you want to kill us all? Come and attack, the Black Emperor said in a very despicable manner. The divine silkworm princess pressed forward, and the people on the other side retreated together. Who could go against the heavens now? Which ancient king dared to attack? Even the Silver Moon Heavenly King's expression was gloomy. He knew that a disaster was about to befall him today. The light in his eyes flickered non-stop, and he was hesitant. In the outer realm, this battle was about to come to an end. The monkey alone and 3 bodies defeated the 2 great sage, and they were all heavily injured. One person with 3 bodies and 3 emperor-level weapons could be said to have heaven-defying battle prowess. No matter who came, they would die with a grievance. They had an absolute advantage. This was a battle between the great sage, and because he controlled the ancient imperial weapon, it was many times more terrifying. The 3 monkeys attacked together, and the battle caused the heavens to boil. Boom! A golden sacred ape holding a black iron rod almost hacked the Golden King to death. It shook him until a rain of blood flew everywhere, and he fled in a panic, using the golden hoe to protect himself. On the other side, the demon-subduing pestle's power was boundless. The power of demon-subduing surged, causing some small planets to shake and about to fall. Bang! The monkey's true body was incomparably domineering. With the help of the divine silkworm race's ancient imperial battle clothes, he used a pair of fists to suppress Kun Zhou, causing his body to almost explode. His entire body was covered in blood. In this battle, Kun Zhou's body and spirit were both split apart. His injuries were extremely serious, and they were great Dao scars that were difficult to heal. They were blasted out by the ancient imperial weapon. If not for the fact that he also had an extreme Dao imperial weapon within him, he would have long turned into dust. This battle was completely one-sided, and now, there was no longer any suspense. On the great earth, everyone's spirits were stirred. How many years had it been since they last saw a battle like this? The great sage used an imperial weapon to fight, causing the heavens to collapse. Dang! Towards the end, the 3 golden sacred apes surrounded Kun Zhou and the Golden King. These 2 great sage might turn into ashes at any time, no longer existing. Dang! The black iron rod smashed down, and the golden mace wailed. Hong! The demon-subduing pestle smashed down, Dao light like a sea. The great sage Kun Zhou released a muffled groan, coughing out blood with each step. At this moment, the overall situation was already set. The holy war was about to end. Holy King, please show mercy. An aged voice sounded, coming from the eastern wasteland to outer space, fast to the extreme. This was an elder with an ordinary appearance. Rather than calling him an ancient race expert, it was better to call him a human, an old man from the countryside. Even his clothes were like this. Great Sage Han Tuo. In the central region, outside the true sage city, everyone was horrified. They recognized this elder. Great Sage Han Tuo's might shook the archaic era. Back then, he was the only great sage to challenge the Emperor of Fighting. Even though he was suppressed by the sacred emperor with a single hand, it wasn't shameful. Who dared to challenge the archaic emperor? Forget about the result, just this kind of courage was admirable. Back then, the archaic era was greatly shaken. His background was great, and he had only lost to the sacred emperor in his entire life. Great Sage Han Tuo's appearance at this time was full of variables, causing many people's hearts to jump. Do you also want to take action? The victorious fighting Buddha asked. Holy King, don't misunderstand. This old one has no such intentions. I just want to be a peacemaker, said the great sage Han Tuo. You want me to stop now? Impossible. The victorious fighting Buddha flatly refused. This old one is just saying. As for what Holy King wants to do, it all depends on your heart. However, if you make them pay a sufficient price, will you be able to appease the Holy King's anger? If you kill them all just like that, the myriad races might be in chaos. After all, this involves two great royal families. Great Sage Han Tuo frowned. The sacred battle king's eyebrows furrowed. One of the royal families was naturally the gold race. The other royal family was not to be underestimated either. They had lent the ancient imperial weapon to great sage Kun Zhou. In the past, DK and my father were bosom buddies. He saved my father's life twice. This time, he is taking action to return the favor, not because he is dissatisfied with the sacred battle ape race, the Golden King said as he fought. At this time, another figure appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield. It was very blurry and difficult to see clearly. His voice was ancient. My race lent the ancient imperial weapon to Kun Zhou to return the favor to D. Quebec. Please forgive us, Holy King. My race is willing to pay a price, the new figure said. Another great sage. Almost all the great sages of the ancient races had arrived. They stood in the extraterritorial battlefield, pleading with the sacred battle king. DK had been a proud and outstanding figure in the past. He was comparable to the Emperor of Fighting and had made a name for himself. Some of the royal families were indebted to him. Please show mercy, Holy King, in case the myriad races fall into chaos. At the same time, a few old figures appeared. Everyone on the ground was shocked. Although these people were not the great sage, they were the old leaders of the royal families. Their statuses were frighteningly high. These people came out together to mediate, afraid that the sacred battle king would attack the gold race in anger. Since ancient times, the royal families rarely went to war, but once they did, the entire world would be overturned. The old monkey was strong enough, but there were two royal families involved in this battle. They had provided the ancient imperial weapons. If they really went to war, the consequences would be unimaginable. The battle stopped. So many people had arrived. There were people from the Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, and Blood Phoenix Mountain. Some had even brought ancient imperial weapons, so they had to stop fighting. The sacred battle king's expression was cold. He held the three ancient imperial weapons and looked at everyone. Then, he looked at the Golden King and said, "What price are you willing to pay to save your life?" The Golden King was in a difficult position. The monkey's killing intent surged toward him. He was going to kill him. At our cultivation level, the most important thing we need is our lives. If I am able to stay, I will naturally have to pay the price with my life. I am willing to give you a bottle of divine marrow accumulated by my ancestors. The Golden King's words shocked everyone. The Sacred Battle King did not say anything. He stared at Kun Zhou with a terrifying gaze and raised the 3 imperial weapons. Holy King, please show mercy. Someone persuaded. Monkey. Kun Zhou also shouted. Boom. The Sacred Battle King's eyes turned vertical. He charged forward, and his imperial aura sent everyone flying. Ah! With a scream, the great sage Kun Zhou's head was hit by the black divine metal. Even the ancient imperial weapons in his body could not protect him. Chapter 1074. The 3 golden holy apes attacked at the same time. Their cultivation was circulated to the peak, activating the 3 emperor weapons to descend together. Who in the present world could resist this? Even the reincarnation of a god would die. The great sage Kun Zhou's skull shattered. Blood and brain matter splashed high into the air. The mixture of red and white looked like a peach blossom. A mournful cry pierced through the dark sky and reached the earth, causing all living beings to tremble. The great sage had fallen. Even the ancient arch weapon in his body couldn't defy the heavens. With 3 arch weapons, the result was already decided. He was one of the most powerful people in the world. Even a piece of snow-white bone was a treasure that could be made into a peerless arch weapon. But there was nothing left. Under the attack of the arch weapons, his body first shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, he started to burn and turned into a pile of ashes. The elders from the Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, and Blood Phoenix Mountain were all shocked. They opened their mouths but couldn't say anything. The Sacred Battle King was too decisive and direct. He killed Kun Zhou first and forcefully created a fait accompli. Who would want to absolve a dead man of his crimes? Ding ling dong. A pleasant ring was heard. A ball of purple light rushed out of the destroyed void. It was the arch weapon in Kun Zhou's body. It's the 10,000 dragon bell. Everyone in the central region was shocked. As expected, there was another powerful far ancient arch family involved. It's the nest of 10,000 dragons ancient arch weapon. It was a strange weapon. It was made from a string of purple bells strung together. It looked like a purple dragon. Each bell was like a piece of dragon bone. Celestial light flowed around it, and it could suppress the world. Ding ling dong. The sound of the bell was like the sound of nature. Even though it was extremely far away, the sound reached the ground and made people's divine souls want to leave their bodies. The Sacred War King almost smashed down with his black metal rod. The other Dao body also almost attacked with the demon subduing pestle. Whoosh! The purple gold 10,000 dragon bell shook and disappeared in an instant. It broke through the sky and disappeared into the blurry figure in the distance. It was the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the end, the Sacred Battle King didn't make a move to snatch it. Ancient imperial weapons all contained God's will within them. They were at the level of ancient thearchs, and they couldn't be tamed. The 3 ancient sovereign weapons could suppress him for a while, but they could not suppress him forever. If he forcefully kept them by his side, he would definitely get himself killed. Tian Yu quietened down, and no one spoke. The death of the great sage Kun Zhou was already a fact. The Sacred Battle King's expression was indifferent. He had nothing to fear now. With the 3 sovereign weapons in his hands, it would not be a problem for him to destroy a powerful royal family. They didn't come earlier or later, but they just had to come at this very moment. Naturally, he understood what these people were thinking. Some of them were crooked and wanted to take sides, while others did not show themselves earlier because they wanted to see his and Kuan Zhou's true cultivation. Of course, there were also people who really thought about the big picture and did not want the people to die. The sacred king should have vented some of his anger. The Fire Qilin Cavern's old patriarch said, "If we show ourselves too early, we definitely won't be of much use. We might as well let you all fight to the death to vent some of the resentment in your hearts." Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan chief spoke. The sacred battle king did not say anything. He stared at the Golden King and pointed the 3 sovereign weapons forward. His killing intent did not diminish. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone's expression changed. The 3 golden holy apes were not merciful Buddhas now. They stood there with the 3 ancient sovereign weapons, and everyone was afraid of them. "Sacred King, let him live," great sage Hunchuo said. The Golden King's face was snow-white. Kuan Zhou's death in front of him made his heart throb. He was covered in white sweat, and he held the golden swordbreaker tightly. "Golden King, didn't you say that you want to exchange your life for his? Why don't you take out the divine marrow?" Primitive Lake's old clan chief said. The Golden King braced himself and activated his supreme mystic art to open the internal small world of the extreme Dao Imperial Swordbreaker. This was the space to suppress the tribe's immortal treasures. A jade bottle appeared in his palm. It was about half a foot long, and when the cork was opened, brilliant light flowed out. The fragrance made the great sage and old clan chief tremble. They felt comfortable all over, as if they were about to ascend to heaven. "Peerless divine marrow!" they all exclaimed. "This bottle of divine marrow is the most precious thing in our tribe. It can prolong the life of the great sage for 1,000 years, the Golden King said bitterly. Taking out this bottle was worse than killing him. This was a divine item that he was preparing to use to break through to the next level. It was an immortal treasure accumulated by his ancestors, and now he had to give it away. Originally, he only wanted to take out half of it and give away 500 years of his lifespan. He did not expect the monkey to want to kill him, so he had to give the whole bottle away. In this world, things that could prolong one's life could only be found by luck. This was especially true for people at the level of the great sage. Even treasured medicines that had been refined hundreds of times would be ineffective. This bottle of divine marrow could prolong the life of the great sage for 1,000 years. One could imagine its value. Even the old clan chiefs and the great sage were a bit jealous. At their level, they were already old. Who didn't need lifespan? These people did not have many years left to live. Their lives were the biggest stumbling block on their path. Whoosh! The sacred war king waved his hand and instantly took the bottle of divine marrow. He suppressed it into the black divine metal rod to prevent it from losing its vitality. After giving away this bottle of immortal treasure, the Golden King felt like all his energy had been sucked out. This was equivalent to taking away half of his life. He was dispirited, and his heart was bleeding. He knew that he could only stop here for the rest of his life. On the other hand, the sacred war ape could live for 1,000 more years because of this, and the path of cultivation was even wider. With endless bitterness, the Golden King put away the extreme Dao Emperor mace. It was as if he had suddenly aged 1,000 years. The sacred war king did not look at him anymore. His true body and his 2 Dao clones carried the 3 ancient imperial weapons and closed in on the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He still did not say a word. Forget it. Although this is to repay DK's kindness, we still put the sacred war king in danger. Our tribe naturally has to pay the price, the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons said. He stood among the marks, and his figure was blurry. A light flashed in his palm, and an ancient king medicine appeared. It was half a meter tall, and it looked like it was carved from black jade. The fragrance of medicine filled the air. It's more than 100,000 years old. A few people exclaimed. King medicines were rare and hard to find. This was one that had been sealed in the primordial era. Normally, only an ancient medicine that had lived for 80 to 90,000 years could be given the word king. It would be difficult for it to live for more than 100,000 years. This kind of king medicine can extend one's life by 300 to 400 years. Hearing that, the sacred war king celestial light shone, and he was captured. He was also sealed into the black divine metal rod. At the side, a few old tribe leaders looked on with fervent eyes. They were about to pass away, and this divine herb was a life-saving herb to them. The sacred war king's battle shocked the world. Not only did he kill the great sage of Kuan-zhou, but he could also live for another 1,000 to 400 years. Everyone was envious. The sacred war king did not attack again. This involved two ancient royal families, and the people who came to mediate were not easy to deal with. He was also a little wary. There were many powerful people among the 10,000 races. Although there were only a few great sages, these powerful people had always been in hiding. No one dared to say they were invincible until they became emperors. Who knew, one day, an unknown quasi-emperor might jump out. This is a great world, and the 10,000 races live together. We are just waiting for the path of immortal ascension to open. We hope to enter the celestial region and the races can stop fighting, said the great sage. That's true. Countless years ago, our ancestors came to this ancient planet from other planets. What did they want? Wasn't it all for immortal ascension? What a pity. An old tribe leader sighed. They were not natives, and the 10,000 races came from different planets. Back then, our ancestors made a mistake in their calculations and missed the path of immortal ascension. They put their hopes on us, hoping that the whole race can ascend to immortal ascension and not fight at this time. The great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons nodded. If people don't offend me, I won't fight. The sacred war king's words were simple but powerful. The others nodded. It was best to let the sacred war apes go. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. They believed that no one would want to offend this monkey. He had one true body, 2 Dao bodies, and 3 the arch weapons. Anyone would vomit blood if they went against him. Moreover, the power of faith in Mount Meru was like an ocean. Who could attack it? This monkey had become the master of that place. He was already invincible. How about we disperse this time? Asked the great sage. The sacred war king nodded and said, no problem. Wait for a while. I will go kill the 8 tribe gods to prevent them from causing trouble in the future. We must stop fighting completely. With a whoosh, the 3 golden sacred apes disappeared from the alien battlefield. Great sage Hun Tua was speechless. The others were also stunned. Then, they shouted together, have mercy. Outside the true sage city in the central region, a group of ancient race cultivators was shocked. They saw everything in the outer region through the heavenly Dharma eye. The 8 tribe gods' faces were pale. They felt that doomsday was coming. The ancestral kings felt their scalps go numb. Even Kuan-zhou was dead. What were they going to do? Great sage Hun Tua and the others had come to mediate. They were still holding on to hope that they could survive. But now, it seemed that the sacred war king had already made up his mind. He would not listen to anyone. Just like how he had killed Kuan-zhou first, he had rushed down now to create a fait accompli. He would kill them first. Run. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. There was no way to fight back. Were they going to wait for the great sage to come down with the arch weapon and kill them one by one? However, they discovered to their horror that there was a peerless array outside the true sage city. Princess Divine Silkworm was prepared and had trapped this place with a divine array. No! The 8 tribe gods were horrified and all shouted. This was equivalent to cutting off their path of survival. Boom! The sacred war king arrived extremely quickly. He descended in an instant and swept his demon-subduing pestle forward. Buddha's light shone, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bone fragments flew everywhere. The descendants of the 8 tribe gods screamed and died in large numbers. Even the ancient kings could not escape. Under the Amitabha Buddha's weapon, they could only scream and turn into blood and dust. The experts of the 10,000 races all kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say anything. Even though the sacred war king had become a Buddha, he was still as domineering and wild as before. The spirit of sweeping through the primordial era was still there. Ah, the descendants of the 8 tribe gods screamed, but they could not change anything. No one could block a single attack from the sacred war ape. Princess Divine Silkworm also attacked and said, "I said that from today onwards, there will be no more 8 tribe gods in this world. I have to do what I said." Blood dyed the sky. The experts of the various races all shut up. No one dared to say anything, let alone interfere. The 8 tribe gods had been eliminated in this battle. Unless your ancestor is revived and a true tribe god returns. Otherwise, you can only become pawns in the hands of others. You will help the evildoer and ruin the reputation of the tribe gods of the past, Princess Divine Silkworm said. The Silver Moon Heavenly King ran away. The few ancient kings who had sneered at the victorious fighting Buddha also escaped. They left the moment Kun Zhou was no match for them. The sacred war king directly tore through space and chased after them. He captured all of them in half an hour. Before the old monkey went to fight in outer space, he had left a mark on them. It was useless to escape to the ends of the world unless they were far away from this ancient planet. Great sage of the battle lineage, please be merciful. An old voice called out. Pfft. The old monkey's hand fell, and the Silver Moon Heavenly King turned into a cloud of blood mist. His body and soul were destroyed, and his name was removed from the world. My elder brother praised your cultivation talent, but it does not mean that I agree with you. Chapter 1075. After saying this, the golden sacred ape killed the Silver Moon Heavenly King with a flip of its hand. Blood splattered everywhere as the ancient race's pride of a generation fell. The people of the myriad races felt a chill from head to toe. A stunning character like the Silver Moon Heavenly King, who might very well become the great sage in the near future, was killed just like that. Pfft. At the same time, the golden sacred ape waved its finger forward. The other ancient kings also cried out and turned into a rain of blood. All of them died without a single survivor. Show mercy, the aged voices of the Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain reverberated, but they could only see the bloody scene in the end. The victorious fighting Buddha was very decisive. He killed all the followers of the great sage Kun Zhou. Not a single one survived, and only a mist of blood lingered around. Outside the true Paragon City, people felt a great pressure and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was a bloody ending that rang an alarm bell for many people. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't show any mercy and swept through all his enemies with a swift and fierce attack. The veins on the foreheads of the ancient kings were throbbing, but it was too late to say anything now. It had already happened, so how could they blame the victorious fighting Buddha? It would only offend him. In the struggle for supremacy in the Imperial Tao, heroes from all walks of life attack my nephew, but I won't hold it against them. But if a sage ancient king disregards his status to bully the weak, then I can only do the same, the victorious fighting Buddha said. After hearing this, people understood that the victorious fighting Buddha was only doing this to protect his nephew. This was a form of intimidation and a warning bell for the ancient kings. For so many years, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't care about his nephew's life or death because it wasn't time yet. Now that the ancient kings had intervened, he had to leave Mount Meru. The victorious fighting Buddha was so powerful that he even killed the great sage Kun Zhou. Who would dare to provoke him? No one would dare to bully the sacred prince from now on. The battle's sacred ape lineage only had 2 members left, but it was still a lineage that couldn't be provoked and was ranked as the strongest among the imperial families. A powerful imperial family with only 2 members, sigh. Many people sighed inwardly. This bloodline was truly too powerful. Even though their numbers were sparse, they still stood tall. I also don't want a sage-rank ancient king to pick a fight with my nephew's friend, the victorious fighting Buddha added as he glanced at Yifan and GZ. These words were equivalent to giving them a protective talisman. The victorious fighting Buddha's words were like a decree that could not be defied. After Jianghu killed great sage Kun Zhou, he believed that no one would dare to cause trouble for him and cause trouble for Yifan and the others. Today's battle was enough to shock the world. Please bring this fellow Daoist to Divine Silkworm Mountain for a chat. The patriarch of the Divine Silkworm race invited the victorious fighting Buddha, the great sage Hunchuo, the Golden King, and the great sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. Alright, that's exactly what I was thinking, said Hunchuo. The patriarchs of Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake and Blood Phoenix Mountain also nodded in agreement. Today was equivalent to breaking the heavens. The 8 groups of gods were completely annihilated, and Kun Zhou had fallen. This was a major event that would shake the entire world. The major characters standing at the peak needed to sit down and have a chat. The victorious fighting Buddha put away his monarch weapon and returned his dharma to his body. He then left with the other powerhouses. Uncle. The sacred prince called out. Walk your own path and break through your father's imperial path heavenly mark. Uncle is old, and I don't have much time left. I will do my best to sweep away some obstacles for you. The old monkey transmitted his voice secretly. His voice contained a trace of old age and exhaustion. His back was no longer as straight as before. Uncle. The sacred prince choked with sobs. He knew that the victorious fighting Buddha's iron-blooded slaughter was all for him. Uncle, quickly consume the divine marrow. Those things, we'll talk about them later. The old monkey and the other powerhouses disappeared. Outside True Paragon City, it was completely silent. After a while, it suddenly boiled over. The powerhouses had disappeared, and the people no longer felt so oppressed. The experts of the various races all heaved a sigh of relief. Such a major event had happened today. For many people, it was like an illusory scene. The entire world was bound to be in an uproar. Kun Zhou's great sage has died. He survived the archaic era, but he couldn't stop the battle's sacred king's revenge. An archaic grudge has come to an end. The powerful victorious fighting Buddha is just as bold as he was in the archaic era. He lived in seclusion on Mount Meru for many years, and as soon as he returned, he killed a great enemy and swept through the 8 groups of gods. The Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and the other imperial races all dispersed. The other great clans also left one after another. With such a major event happening today, the leaders of the various races all needed to go back and think about it. Yifan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the others also left. There was no need to stay in this troublesome place for too long. They entered the realm gate and disappeared from this world. The curtains fell on a great battle just like that. However, the world didn't calm down just like that. The news spread everywhere, and many cultivators were discussing it. The heavenly prince's death was nothing more than a fuse for the archaic great sage's old grudge. It was just a prelude. The series of great chaos that began from then on was something no one had expected to be so intense. The entire world couldn't calm down. Even though it didn't affect the human race, many cultivators still found it hard to calm down. The battle of the great sage from outside this region shocked the entire world. The victorious fighting Buddha is too valiant. He is worthy of being the younger brother of the ancient sacred emperor. What is a peerless expert? It was best displayed in this battle. He swept through all his enemies and looked down on the world. The effects of this battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the most remote regions were discussing it, and it even spread to the seas. This world is about to become chaotic. The path to immortality is about to open, and who knows what kind of monsters will jump out. The saints from outside this region are probably about to arrive as well. It wasn't just the human race that was worried. Even the ancient races were secretly discussing this. In this great era, anything could happen. Today, a great sage could die, and tomorrow, a great imperial race could be wiped out. The path to immortality was about to open, and an unimaginable great era was about to arrive. The world wouldn't be at peace during this time, and it would be full of the unknown. Southern region, Moon Tower. The music was melodious, and the singing was pleasing to the ear. This was a magnificent palace hall that seemed especially ethereal under the hazy moonlight. Similar to Miaoyu Nunnery, the Moon Tower was a great place of entertainment in the eastern wastelands. It was also an ancient inheritance. After the battle, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and Ji Zi returned to the southern region. They all relaxed and went up to the Moon Tower to drink. They didn't care about the wind and moon, and they didn't ask for anything. Their tense nerves relaxed, and they drank together. This battle had many implications. It started because of them, and it ended with the victorious fighting Buddha. Talk about the immortal domain, talk about the path of heaven. Since ancient times, the great emperors have all become nothing. The Black Emperor beat a large drum. He was completely drunk, and he sang while crying and laughing. A big dog that didn't have a proper appearance was crying and singing. It was shocking, and then there was a period of silence. Since ancient times, what did cultivators do? Their ultimate goal was to become immortals, but who had achieved it? No one knew. 80,000 years ago, did Great Emperor Wuxia forcefully open the gate to the immortal domain? Yi Fan asked. I don't know. The Black Emperor was incomparably sad. He was drunk, and his eyes were filled with ancient desolation. The few of them were drunk. I was in the divine source at that time, and I really don't know what happened. That day was so sudden. The Black Emperor roared in a low voice. Great Emperor Wuxia was so powerful and invincible, but he also grew old one day. From the time he was born to the time he defeated all his enemies and swept through the forbidden areas of life, tens of thousands of years passed. No matter how powerful a person was, they couldn't stop the passage of time. The Black Emperor became more and more sad. His true feelings were revealed, and tears rolled down his face, telling the things that were buried in his heart. In this world, there is nothing that can seal the Great Emperor. I watched him slowly grow old in the divine source. The Black Emperor was unwilling, and he poured wine into his mouth. That is Great Emperor Wuxia. He has never been defeated in his entire life, sweeping through the 9 heavens 10 earths, invincible and lonely since ancient times, but in the end, he still couldn't stop the impact of the river of time. I watched as he entered his twilight years. There was divine source in this world, but it couldn't slow down the aging of the Great Emperor's body. The Emperor's blood was too powerful, and it couldn't be sealed at all. He is Great Emperor Wuxia, the most stunning and powerful person since ancient times. There will actually come a day when he will grow old. The Black Emperor cried out in pain, babbling on and on, unable to accept all of this. Do you all know that before he even became an emperor, he already received an extreme emperor weapon with his bare hands and killed a holy spirit? He was heroic and imposing, unmatched under the heavens, but he is also old. The Black Emperor cried out. It followed Great Emperor Wuxia, and was sealed in the divine source, personally witnessing everything. It watched as the world's #1 expert reached his twilight years, making it feel great sorrow and pain. In the eyes of the people of this world, Great Emperor Wuxia was powerful to the extreme. There was nothing he couldn't do. However, there will also come a day when he will grow old, his blood and chi dried up, sitting alone in Purple Mountain, walking towards the end of his life. For an unmatched person, this is such a lamentable thing. The Black Emperor cried, revealing his true feelings. It was only an ordinary beast. When Great Emperor Wuxia saw that it was about to starve to death, he adopted it, bringing it with him, allowing it to grow to an inconceivable level. Great Emperor Wuxia, to it, was like a relative, its feelings deep, difficult to explain. It was drunk, muttering about many things of the past that no one knew about. 80,000 years ago, Gu Tianshu came, entering Purple Mountain. Great Emperor Wuxia granted him the title of Divine Source, telling him to wait until this era, hoping that he could be reborn and enter the celestial realm. It was also 80,000 years ago that Great Emperor Wuxia did not have much time left. He lived for tens of thousands of years, and finally reached the end of his time. He made me fall into a deep sleep, made Gu Tianshu also fall into a coma, and went to defy the heavens himself. I don't know if he succeeded, the Black Emperor said to itself. Afterwards, on that grand Dao platform, there was only a pile of ashes left. Both it and Gu Tianshu felt a bad premonition. Though there was hope in their hearts, they felt that the result might be very cruel. Yifan and GZ could determine from its words that the large black dog's heart was more pessimistic, just that it usually did not say it, and did not let them believe it. Yifan sighed ruefully in his heart. Though he had never seen Great Emperor Wuxia, he had heard a lot from various legends, giving him the impression that he had surpassed gods, that he was omnipotent, and that he could do anything. However, even such a mighty great emperor would grow old one day, so how could he believe that anyone could truly live forever? Great Emperor, you are too headstrong, never willing to lower your head. Perhaps there is a way to continue living, but your pride is unyielding, saying that it is beneath you to struggle at death's door, and that you want to enter the celestial realm in your strongest state. Ugh! I will never be able to see you again. The Black Emperor wept. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred imperial prince were all stunned, and they all stared at him. The celestial gazing road, a bleak dream, white hair scattered, the blue sea and blue sky withered, 30 emperors of all times, countless sages turned to dust. The Black Emperor wept loudly. This was an unprecedented golden age, and the celestial ascension road was about to open. What would the road ahead be like? No one knew what exactly would happen. Chapter 1076. Yifan and the Sacred Prince were both shocked. Hearing the Black Emperor's words, it seemed like there were other great emperors still alive. Was this true? Black Emperor, is what you said true? Are there still people alive in the ancient emperors? Yifan asked anxiously. They're all dead, not a single one survived. The Black Emperor shook his huge head and poured wine into his mouth. Then what did you mean just now? The Sacred Prince glanced at it. There are no emperors in this world, what I mean is. The true emperors are all dead. It roared and then fell to the ground with a bang. It hugged the wine jar and fainted. Yifan and the Sacred Prince looked at each other. They really didn't know what to do. They turned to look at GZ and asked him, because this was a true imperial prince. GZ didn't like to talk and kept drinking, as if he didn't fit in with the entire world. With his ordinary appearance and ordinary temperament, it was difficult to connect him with the children of the void. I was sealed a long time ago. How would I know where my father went? GZ looked out the window. The stars and moon filled the sky, and he seemed to want to see through the sky. He buried himself in the boundless void. Even my elder brother wasn't able to send him off. Now, if he isn't a cold corpse floating in the dark universe, he has already turned into ashes. GZ said calmly. The moon palace floated in the air. The moonlight scattered down, creating a hazy scene. This place was very quiet and ethereal. Yifan, the Sacred Prince, and GZ also drank a lot of wine. Soon, they relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, everything was silent. I want to enter the immortal domain and find Great Emperor Wuxia. In the dead of night, the Black Emperor grinded his teeth and muttered. The innate holy body must come to this world. The Great Emperor said that his successor can only have this kind of physique. I want him to appear, I want to revive the Great Emperor. The Black Emperor clenched his teeth. This kind of sleep talk shocked the people of the Moon Palace. Early in the morning, a ray of light shone through the window into the main hall. The few of them opened their eyes. Black Emperor, last night you said. Yi Fan wanted to continue asking. What did I say? I didn't say anything. The large black dog turned hostile and refused to admit his mistake. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Do you still want to swallow the words you said last night? Yi Fan stared at it. Brat, you owe me money. When are you going to pay me back for the natural Saint Physique's Tao embryo? The large black dog asked as he glared at Ling Han. Yi Fan gave it a slap. This bastard had completely returned from the dead. Whatever sadness and melancholy had all been thrown beyond the highest heavens. Debts have to be repaid, it's only right and proper. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he jumped up and said, "Oh no, we missed a great opportunity. Let's go see if we can make it in time." What is it? Even GZ revealed a strange expression. The Heavenly Prince is dead, and the 8 divine generals are all dead. Go and raid the main peak where the ancestral kings are in seclusion. The Black Emperor set up the formation platform and quickly opened the domain gate. The few of them came to a sudden realization. There really was a saint treasure trove to be found. Immediately, they all stepped into the domain gate and quickly disappeared from this place. In the north region, the crimson ground was boundless. They arrived at the temporary palace of the deathless Heavenly Emperor. This time, their target was the few surrounding main peaks. F***ck, we're too late. This place has been dug up by someone, and there's nothing left. The Black Emperor was furious. The few main peaks had all been visited by powerful cultivators. It was as if they had dug 3 feet into the ground, and not even a blade of grass was left. They had swept everything clean. Why is it like they're robbing a tomb? There are so many holes. Yi Fan was also speechless. This was originally a tomb-robbing method, and they used the heaven-devouring demonic lid to open a path. It's that damn Duanda. The large black dog was furious. Yi Fan was also dazed. Fatty Duan was really everywhere. If there was a treasure, it would definitely appear. His reaction was too fast. In the end, they saw a cemetery in the depths of the mountain range that belonged to the ancestors of the 8 divine generals. In the end, they discovered that it had also been visited by someone. This bastard, everywhere he went was really clean. Don't even hope that a single hair would be left. He robbed both the living and the dead. In the end, the large black dog went to the heavenly village, and the monkey also went into seclusion. The path of celestial ascension was about to open, and everyone had to start making preparations. Yi Fan and GZ headed south, and returned to the southern region. He wanted to see an old friend. G Clan. Humph. At this moment, there was a powerful aura in the southern region that targeted the G Clan. Although it wasn't to exterminate the clan, the threat was obvious. However, it was at this instant that this mysterious ancient ancestor king's face turned snow-white. He turned and left, not daring to stay in the southern region for even a moment longer. Yi Fan and GZ just happened to arrive here. When they saw this scene, GZ was very calm, as if he had already expected this. A clan that has produced a great emperor is indeed unfathomable. Yi Fan's heart moved. They parted here, and Yi Fan directly rushed to the Supreme Mystery Humble Peak. This place was overgrown with weeds, and there was no spiritual scenery. It was not much different from before. A few ancient buildings that were on the verge of collapse were covered under ancient vines. Crows perched on dead trees, and wild rabbits roamed the small paths. Yi Fan didn't sense elderly Ruoyu's aura, and only saw Zhang Wenchang. More than 10 years had passed, and his temples were grizzled, and he seemed to have experienced many things. Yi Fan. It really is you. He stood up in the dilapidated building, feeling excited. He quickly walked out and greeted him. "You've successfully returned to Earth, and now you've appeared again." Zhang Wenchang's body was trembling as if he was convulsing. He grabbed onto Yi Fan's arm, his face full of hope and longing. "It's me." Yi Fan patted his shoulder. "My parents, my wife, and my son, how are they?" Zhang Wenchang's voice was trembling, and there was even a hint of fear. He had cultivated for many years, but now he couldn't control himself, fearing that he would hear some grievous news. When he left, his wife was pregnant, and their child was about to be born. When they needed him the most, he disappeared from Mount Tai. "They're fine. Your parents are old, and people will die of old age. You have a child named Zhang Yi. He looks like you," said Yi Fan. "What about her?" Zhang Wenchang's lips were trembling. Yi Fan naturally knew that he was asking about his wife. At that time, the two of them were very close, but they never thought they would be separated from each other. "She's a good woman. She's always taken care of your parents and raised your child. She has a good man, who treats her very well," said Yi Fan. Zhang Wenchang choked with sobs as he walked step by step towards the dilapidated courtyard wall. He sat down powerlessly on a broken rock and held his head. "I want to return to her side so much, but this star domain forcibly separated us." Tears streaked down his face, which was no longer young. What else could Yi Fan say? He sat with him, took out a pack of cigarettes from the other side of the starry sky, and gently tore it open. In the past, Zhang Wenchang's smoking addiction couldn't be considered small. Cough. Zhang Wenchang trembled as he held the cigarette between his fingers. He took a deep breath, coughed loudly, and once again choked on his tears. At this moment, he wasn't a cultivator, but a very ordinary middle-aged man who was even about to enter his twilight years. Time, the starry sky. "I hate it." He couldn't help but shout at the sky. Then, he burst into tears. His gray temples, wrinkled eyes, and turbid tears. His fingers that held the cigarette trembled, and he found it difficult to bring it to his mouth. What Tao severing? What immortal path? I don't want any of that. I just want to return to their side and accompany them as they grow old. I want to be an ordinary mortal. I don't want to stay in this world. Zhang Wenchang coughed as he looked up at the sky. Yi Fan took out some photos, as well as some specially recorded clips, and piled them in front of the dilapidated hall for him to look at slowly. "This is, my child?" Zhang Wenchang flipped through the photos, rubbing them repeatedly. "This is when he was young, just like me." He cried and laughed at the same time. When he finished looking at everything, Zhang Wenchang looked at his wife's photo. His eyes were filled with nostalgia, sadness, happiness, struggle, and all kinds of other emotions. "I've let her down. I hope she can be happy." After saying this, he stood up and staggered into the desolate dilapidated hall. Yi Fan didn't say anything, nor did he try to persuade him. He strolled around the humble peak, looking at the old scenery of this place. Ji Ziyue had gone through the 9 jade stairs in the past, but where was she now? The 9 old crows were still there. Who knew that they were gods, transformed from the 9 arrows? A day later, Zhang Wenchang appeared. He looked a lot more haggard, as if he had aged 20 years overnight. "Let it go. I know. As long as they are well, there's nothing for me to be dissatisfied with," Zhang Wenchang said, holding back his tears. He only had one goal in this life, and that was to cultivate. Perhaps one day he could go back and take a look. Li Ruoyu wasn't at the humble peak. He had gone to travel the world 6 years ago and hadn't returned since. This made Yi Fan feel a little regretful. Zhang Wenchang's cultivation wasn't high. He had only just entered the dragon-formed secret realm after cultivating for dozens of years, but his foundation was very solid. Yi Fan wanted to help him, but he shook his head and said, "Master Li said that it's fine to be slow. He told me to calm down and not be impatient." He then said something else. 10 years ago, I saw Lin Jia. She's still alive. Lu Yunji and Li Zhongqing didn't catch her. What? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. She found a great fortune in the Immortal Palace outside the barren Forbidden Grounds. She said that it might be a corner of the ancient heaven, and that there might be a path to the outer realm. She learned that Yi Fan had found a way to leave this world and went to try his luck. She felt that there might be a path to the starry sky there. And Lin Jia guessed that Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen might not have come out at all. They're either still in the Immortal Palace, or they accidentally went to another galaxy. Part of the ancient heaven's ruins. Yi Fan frowned. He left Taishian Humble Peak and went to the barren Forbidden Grounds again. He stood outside, but found nothing. I can only find the Immortal Palace after coming out of the Forbidden Grounds? But who can guarantee that I'll be able to go in? Could those people walk out of the Immortal Palace one day, or had they already gone to another galaxy? He pondered silently. The starry sky, how many secrets are you hiding? How many ancient planets with life are there? Where are the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Yi Fan looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. Now, he had no time to think about these things. The path of immortalization was about to appear. Who knew what the world would become? Everyone had to prepare. He left the barren Forbidden Grounds and passed by the Ji clan again. He asked softly, "Where are you?" Yi Fan decided to go to the Qishir residence after taking care of some matters. If there was a need, he would go save his old friends. He took out the chessboard and opened the gate of space. The next moment, he appeared in the western desert. He instantly felt a mysterious psychic power. Chapter 1077. The western desert was an ancient Buddhist land. The land was boundless and boundless, without boundaries. There were too many legends. Buddhists were everywhere, and their faith was pious. It was a land close to divinity. Amitabha the Great was an ancient person of great wisdom. He had transformed a barren land into a paradise. According to legend, in the distant past, the western region was covered in golden sand. There were few signs of human habitation and sparse vegetation. Amitabha the Great descended and measured every inch of the land. Wherever he passed, Bodhi trees would grow and lotus flowers would bloom. The desert was transformed into a pure land. Now, large areas of the western desert were suitable for human habitation. They were no longer as desolate and barren as they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. According to legend, when every inch of the western desert was filled with divinity and Buddhist light, Amitabha the Great would reincarnate and become an immortal. He would reappear in the world. In the western desert, the entire region only worshipped one doctrine. This was an unprecedented miracle. Since ancient times, arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas had walked the mortal world. They lived together with all living beings, manifesting miracles and rescuing those in distress. It was for this reason that the Buddhist religion flourished. Yi Fan stood on top of a stone mountain, looking out over the vast land. Many of the ancient temples were enveloped in pure willpower and emitted Buddhist light. If this continues, every inch of the land will be filled with divinity and Buddhist light. The waters of the western desert run too deep. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes, he murmured to himself. This was a region that was difficult for outsiders to invade. Whether it was the demon race or the ancient race, they could not withstand the impact of the willpower. This was the second time Yi Fan had come to the western desert. What he saw along the way made him nod in approval. Mount Meru seemed to have some sort of gravitational force that tugged at his nascent divinity. Amitabha the Great must have set up some sort of heaven-shaking plan on Mount Meru. The willpower is like a sea, constantly pouring out. If this continues, even if there are no immortals, they should be able to create an immortal peak. When he closed his eyes, he would have a strange feeling. Mount Meru seemed to be towering in the eternal void, emitting an immortal radiance, misty and misty. Yi Fan did not tarry. He headed west towards the Au Plateau and ascended to this high-altitude Pure Land. It was as if he could reach out and touch the blue sky and white clouds. Along the way, he saw many pilgrims. They kowtowed with every step they took, sincerely worshipping Lake Ashoka. An ancient temple sat at the end of the horizon, next to the sacred lake of Ayu. The building was simple and unadorned. It was the Ahan ancient temple. However, Yi Fan found nothing. He did not see an Miaoyi here. There was only an old monk preaching to the pilgrims. "Master, where did Miaoyi go?" Yi Fan asked. "She has been gone for 11 years. The old monk replied. "And Miaoyi severed her ties with the mortal world 14 years ago. For the sake of cultivating to perfection, she comprehended her past life, present life, and future life. After cultivating here for a few years, she headed west, ultimately going to ascend Mount Meru." Yi Fan was startled. He turned around and left. According to the old monk's instructions, he had to visit all the holy temples. Where was she now? Yi Fan passed by one ancient temple after another. Finally, he found traces of her. She really was going to ascend Mount Meru. She had been cultivating in the mortal world all these years. If it was 100 li, she was already more than halfway. She had cultivated in many ancient temples. She had just left Yunfeng Temple 2 months ago. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have entered the extremely famous Buddhist temple, Lantua Temple. In the western desert, the Great Thunderclap Temple on Mount Meru was undoubtedly the most famous. It was the center of the entire Western Earth and the foundation of Buddhism. It was irreplaceable. However, apart from this, the ancient temples of Xiankong Temple, Lantua Temple, and Xianxia Temple were no small matter. They were also the holy lands of Buddhism and played an important role. In some special periods in history, when ancient Buddhas oversaw them, they could be mentioned in the same breath as the Great Thunderclap Temple as the center of religion. Buddhism had the 6-syllable mantra, the secret of the universe's beginning. They were scattered in these ancient temples and could never be combined. Lantua Temple was a famous temple of the present age with a long inheritance. At first, it was just an ancient Tao rite of Buddhism, but later on, it slowly became a holy temple. It was rumored that Amitabha the great emperor had once preached here for 49 days. Sweet dew was born from the earth and divine lotuses grew in the void. All types of irregular scenes appeared, shaking the world. Yi Fan gazed into the distance. This was a grand and majestic ancient temple. Under the sunset glow, it was dyed in golden radiance, appearing divine and dignified. This is Lantua Temple, the sacred pure land where Amitabha the great emperor preached and comprehended the Tao. The atmosphere is truly extraordinary. Bodhi trees were everywhere and orchids floated down from the void. A sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils and the incense was flourishing. There were many Buddhists kowtowing here. Every year, large amounts of people would come on a pilgrimage. An ancient path led into the mountain gate. This path was densely packed with devout believers, kowtowing with each step. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and saw that the entire ancient temple was bathed in the purest willpower. Radiance erupted endlessly, breaking through the clouds, grand and boundless. This was a type of great power. It represented the unity of heaven and earth and the human heart. The entire ancient temple was situated in a pure land, harmonizing with the great Tao. All types of auspicious energy surged. This type of holy land was completely created by people. It had to be said that this was a type of beautiful scene, making even Yi Fan sigh in admiration. Cultivating in this type of place, one with the willpower of all living things, for Buddhist cultivators, it would naturally be twice the results with half the effort. This was an unmatched wondrous land. Even though it is an unmatched great Tao, it isn't my Tao. Yi Fan said to himself. Dang, under the setting sun, within the ancient temple that released golden radiance, a great bell rang in a long and drawn-out manner. The bell waves were tremendous, as if they came from endless time ago. Then, chanting sounded, purifying one's spirit, making one feel more and more tranquil. It was as if one's entire being was sublimated. All of the believers who came on a pilgrimage were infatuated. Their foreheads were sparkling white, releasing strand after strand of light, entering the ancient temple. A few people's old ailments were also eliminated. This was a type of complementing relationship. Yi Fan had a vague feeling that this Lantua temple was no small matter. Above the ancient temple, a sea-like pure power of faith surged and then formed a great cauldron. It began to refine the new willpower, turning it into an undying radiance of divinity that supported the temple and expanded into the distance. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He increasingly felt that those legends weren't groundless. When the undying radiance of divinity covered every inch of the western desert, would there really be a shocking change? He descended at the mountain gate and asked for guidance. After learning that Miaoi was really here, he had someone pass on a message and wished to meet her. However, unexpectedly, not long after, a monk informed him that Miaoi had asked him to return and wouldn't come out to meet him. Why? Does she already know who I am? Yi Fan was startled. He didn't force his way in, but instead waited here for several days. In the end, he requested to meet her several times, but to no avail. He became suspicious and stared at the monk. What exactly is going on? Benefactor, please return. The expression of the disciple guarding the mountain gate changed. I must see her one last time. I apologize for offending her. Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he stepped inside. Benefactor, this is a forbidden area of Buddhism. You can't force your way in. Several monks blocked his way. And Miaoi has committed a great sin and is currently being suppressed in the 9-story pagoda. You can't see her, a young monk couldn't help but say. So that's how it is. Then all the more I can't leave. Yi Fan forced his way in. The few people refused him. Their faces sank and they weren't willing to let him go. Swoosh! With a flash of brilliance, Yi Fan disappeared from his original spot and entered the temple. In an instant, the golden bell rang loudly and incessantly. Who dares intrude into our pure land? A Buddha that looked like a male lion appeared. His hair was tied up with a golden band. He roared and blocked the road ahead. Yi Fan was extremely fast. With the activation of the travel symbol, he made a detour like a dream. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm and passed through 3 floors of the temple. Brazen evildoer, you dare to blaspheme the Buddhist holy land? Where do you think you are going? It was clear that this Ku Tuchuo was an expert. Even though he wasn't that old, he already possessed extraordinary strength. Hong! A convenient interlocking shovel flew out from his hand. All sorts of golden rings flickered on its surface and emitted a rumbling sound. It hacked towards the middle of Yi Fan's back to stop him. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. Even though this Dao weapon was powerful and mysterious, it only hacked at the void and couldn't even touch his afterimage. Dang, 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 the bell rang loudly. The entire Lan Tua temple was in an uproar as the alarm bell rang. This was something that had never happened in several thousand years. Who dared to intrude into the Buddhist holy land? With the support of endless power of faith, even a great completion king-level figure would have to stop. Otherwise, they would only die with a grievance. Amitabha Buddha, who dares disturb my pure land's peace and tranquility? Still not stopping? A loud shout sounded. It was incomparably dignified, shaking everyone until their souls were trembling. Yi Fan seemed to have entered an uninhabited realm. In that instant, he passed through the 13 floors of the courtyard. Everyone only saw a streak of light and shadow. They didn't even see what that person looked like. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Just how powerful was this person to be able to step on the Buddhist sect's forbidden Tao patterns as if they were walking on flat ground? Could it be that a saint came? This sacred ancient land will not tolerate your atrocious behavior. Buddha nature illuminates the world. An old monk roared like a lion, shaking the entire ancient temple until it was swaying. At this moment, the power of faith surged like a vast sea, pouring down from the heavens. Every strand was brilliant and brilliant like a boundless waterfall. This was an extremely terrifying power of heaven and earth. The pure power of faith, for Buddhist cultivators, was divine, but for those who didn't believe in this doctrine, it was like poisonous miasma. For cultivators, this was true karmic fire. Even saints had to frown, and even deities had to back off. Now, the power of faith that covered the sky descended. It was clear that the people of Lantua Temple were anxious. Someone continuously broke through the 13th floor. This was the divine ability and methods of a great demon from ancient times. Yi Fan had previously seen this type of attack in Vatican City. The power of faith was added to his body, refining his flesh. It made him suffer a bit, but it was difficult for it to kill him. Buddhist light was like water, submerging this place. Yi Fan felt a great pressure, but he didn't stop, continuing to walk forward with large steps. Miao Yi, I've come to see you. Yi Fan released a long roar. Even though the power of faith pervaded the air, it was all sliced apart, overflowing like a great river. It separated into two sides, unable to block his path. Turns out you came for her. She committed a great sin, no one is allowed to meet her. If she wants to leave this Buddhist pagoda, then she has to cripple her cultivation. An old monk appeared, extremely bold and powerful. Great Master, please show mercy and let me in. Yi Fan stood in the 13th floor courtyard, saying seriously. That won't do, barging into my Lantua temple is already disrespectful. Please leave quickly, or else a great sin will descend upon you. The old monk shouted. Many Buddhist experts flew over, surrounding this place, trapping him at the center. I don't want to incur grudges with you all, but this time, I can only apologize. Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. His palm and fingers moved about, and a black mountain appeared, directly smashing outwards, opening up a path ahead, blasting everyone until they could only fly out in retreat. His entire body released radiance, walking forward with large steps like a demonic god. After learning that An Miao Yi was suppressed here, he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer, directly entering the restricted area. Who dares act impudently in my sect's restricted area? A lion roar sounded, making even the sky tremble. Pung! Yi Fan directly took action, slapping forward. An old monk whose entire body was covered in Buddhist light withered, turning into a streak of light and flying outwards. You! Many monks were shocked. Half-saint? Yi Fan frowned slightly. He didn't stop, operating the move character secret art, leaving behind a streak of remnant light, disappearing in an instant, directly entering the interior of the temple. A 9-layered ancient pagoda rested before him, the power of faith condensing, Buddhist light illuminating all directions. Chapter 1078. Yi Fan passed through layers of temples and entered the interior of Lantua Temple. He arrived in front of a 9-layered pagoda. It was built from stone and each floor was only 1 zhang tall. It couldn't be considered grand. The 9-layered pagoda was engraved with Buddhist allusions. There were all kinds of ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. They emitted waves of ripples and Buddhist light as if they were standing in eternity. It didn't reach into the clouds and was only 9 zhang tall. However, it gave people a special feeling as if it had existed since time immemorial. The Buddhist ground trembled. Even though the old monk who rushed over was small and shriveled, he was full of spirit. His eyes flickered like a pair of golden lamps as he attacked again. Yi Fan turned around and 2 beams of blazing light shot out from his eyes. He flipped his hand and with a pang sound, his palm collided with the old monk's. Thump, 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 this old monk was forced back more than 10 steps. His arm was numb and blood flowed from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. His entire body was almost convulsing. He was naturally astonished. Just how powerful was his physical body to be able to force him back? Who are you? How dare you blaspheme the sacred land of Lantua Temple? A group of monks rushed over and even more experts flew over. They sealed off this place and surrounded it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. In the sky, the pure power of will was like an ocean. It emitted a holy radiance and enveloped the entire heaven and earth as if it would fall down at any time. Several hundred old monks released lion roars at the same time. This was the demon subduing divine art. If it was a normal great demon or demon king, they would have already collapsed on the ground and their souls would have collapsed. Yi Fan had the human race's divine body. His divine shell was sturdy and difficult to injure. His flesh was like divine gold and protected the primordial spirit in his body. It was difficult to shake him in the slightest. Under the rumbling Buddhist sounds, he was as still as a boulder and unmoving. His black hair scattered behind him as he faced the many divine monks alone. He calmly asked, "I want to know what mistake Miao Yi has made and why she was suppressed here." The 9-layered pagoda was extraordinary. Even he didn't dare to act rashly. This was definitely a stone pagoda built by the saints of the past. It was extremely difficult to break through. "This is our Buddhist matter and has nothing to do with you," a young monk shouted with lion roars. "She is my friend. Her matters are my matters. No matter what happens, I have to get involved and take responsibility," Yi Fan said. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out in all directions. Moreover, he used a Tao roar that coincided with the great Tao of heaven and earth to suppress all the Buddhist sounds. "She's the successor of the devil. Now that she's been exposed, we naturally have to suppress her. No matter who you are, you have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of our Buddhist sect," said the skinny old monk who had reached the half-saint realm. "She is a pious person, so how did she become a demon? Because of her respect for Amitabha. Even though she has the lamp of the devil, she is only suppressed in the 9-layered pagoda. She can be released after 100 years, the old monk of the half-saint level said. One Sakyamuni, in these 2,000 years, made Western Desert feel as if they are facing a great enemy. It seems that he is truly unfathomable. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This matter arose because of him, so he naturally had to accept it. He swept his gaze over the monks and said, "If we trace back to the past, I am also a demon, because I was the one who gave her the lamp." "What, you are, one of the 10 great disciples of Sakyamuni?" an old monk shouted. That year, Sakyamuni faced the monks of Western Desert alone. He climbed Mount Meru alone and then left calmly. No one could stop him. This made every Buddhist disciple very nervous. That is not so. I am only an ordinary cultivator who obtained the lamp by chance. It is only a lamp, how can it determine a person's identity? You all have also said that in Miaoyi respects Amitabha. I ask the great masters to release her. Yi Fan said. Her respect for Amitabha is one thing, cultivating the devil is another. She did it herself. Suppressing her here is already a light punishment. The people of Lantua Temple said. Everyone, you really cannot bend the rules. It seems like I don't need to say anything more. I can only offend the great holy monks. Yi Fan pressed forward with large strides and arrived in front of the 9-layered pagoda. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant rang out. The divine monk of the half-saint level said with a dignified expression, "The pure land of Buddhism will not tolerate your atrocious behavior." Pang! Yi Fan did not say anything. He smashed his fist towards the stone pagoda. It contained the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This fist could be said to shock the heaven and earth. The entire stone pagoda swayed together. However, the stone door could not be opened. Strands of holy light seeped out and sealed this place incomparably firmly. The stone pagoda was a sacred weapon. Dang! The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, so loud that even the deaf could hear. It rang through the entire temple, as if it could make a devil realize his mistake and return. 108 Arhat Great Formation subduing the devil. A monk shouted. 108 old monks stepped out, all of them sitting in the void, chanting sutras from their mouths. Densely packed symbols appeared, pressuring towards Yi Fan. Even though these were scriptures being chanted, they were as if cast from bright gold, translucent and bright. Every character was as tall as a person, drowning out Yi Fan. Dang! Yi Fan brandished his fists, every strike landing on an ancient character, releasing waves of resounding sounds, shattering them one after another. 108 Arhats subduing the devil, this was something that had only happened once in 1,000 years. They borrowed the formation patterns engraved in the temple to activate the great power of heaven and earth, also displaying their own Dao skills to the greatest extent, their aura devouring the sun and moon. In this peaceful land of Buddhism, thunder rumbled, vital energy surged, multicolored light released in endless strands, lightning interweaving. Comparable to an ancient devil king, not even the 108 Arhat Great Formation can subdue you. Break! Yi Fan shouted softly, slashing out 9 times in succession. This was the embryonic form of the demon sovereign 9 slashes. He didn't grasp all of its essentials, only a general understanding, but with the battle saint technique, it still stirred up violent winds, splitting the sky and shattering the sun, powerful to the extreme. Bang, bang, 108 old monks all retreated, many of them bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Buddhist chants rose and fell incessantly, lingering in the ears. So powerful. People were alarmed. In the middle of the field, Yi Fan stood alone, his expression calm, without any trace of embarrassment as he broke through the demon-subduing formation. "Uncle Master, please make your move." The half-saint transmitted his voice, shouting towards the back of the temple. Yi Fan frowned. Could it be that the half-saint's Uncle Master was an ancient Buddha? This wasn't good. An azure dragon's name rang out, an old monk with wrinkled skin walked out from the back of the mountain, treading on the void. Luckily, it's a half-saint. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, this wasn't an ordinary old monk. Although his skin was wrinkled, it seemed to be cast from gold, emitting golden light. This was a divine monk who had attained Arhat Buddhahood, only half a step away from becoming a saint. He was a golden Arhat, and his Buddhist name was Wuxia. Benefactor, Buddhism has its own rules, you can't barge in. Moreover, being suppressed in the pagoda might not be a bad thing for her, Golden Arhat Wuxia said. In this world, everything is relative. It's just like you said, this is an internal matter of the Buddhist sect. But to me, it's a matter of life and death for my friend. No matter what, I have to save her. Yi Fan refused to back down. Boom! Wuxia took a step forward, and the entire ancient temple shook. Although his body was withered, it was like a giant was approaching. He slowly stretched out his hand, pressing down. His whole body was golden, and the power of Arhat Buddhahood was fully displayed. Bang! Yi Fan met the attack, and his right fist collided with the old monk's palm and fingers. There was a roar in the sky, and a bright light burst forth. Bang! The old monk retreated a few feet, and his arm trembled. His dim eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of divine light, and he sized him up seriously. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. There weren't many people in the world who could block his physical attack. The old monk was extraordinary, and his body was much stronger and sturdier than it looked. The other monks were shocked. They were very surprised. Wuxia was a divine monk who had attained Arhat Buddhahood and cultivated the Vajra unbreakable technique. His physical body was so strong that it was hard to find a few in the world. But now, his physical strength was surpassed by this young black-haired man. This was unbelievable. In this era, Lantua Temple didn't have any saints, but they had two half-saints, especially Ku Ci, who cultivated the Vajra unbreakable technique. In the future, he could become a Buddha, but today, he was slightly weaker. How could they not be shocked? I think I know your identity. Other than someone with a physique like yours, no one who isn't a saint can force me back like this, Ku Ci said. It's him. Recently, Eastern Wasteland has been in an uproar. Everyone is saying that that person has returned, and it seems like it's true. His martial nephew, who was also a half-saint, muttered to himself. The Battle of Eastern Wasteland, the death of the Heavenly Prince, the annihilation of the 8 divine generals, and the fall of the great sage of Kun universe shocked the world. The mysterious human expert killing the Heavenly Prince and the victorious fighting Buddha descending Mount Meru were undoubtedly the focus of everyone's discussion. Now, many people were saying that the mysterious person might be the human race's saint physique. It was an uproar, and many people were seeking proof. There were even ancient kings who came out of their sects to search for him. And now, the divine monk of Lantua Temple immediately knew that it was definitely the human race's saint physique. Otherwise, how could he be a match for his Vajra unbreakable body? Some of the other old monks also guessed it, and their expressions all changed. This person even dared to kill the ancient race's heavenly prince, and now, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing that he was a fiend who lived up to his name. Could it be that he wanted to overturn Lantua Temple? Benefactor, no matter who you are, if you want to force your way in, I have no choice but to suppress you. Ku Ci let out a lion roar. His appearance was dignified as he blocked in front of the 9-layered pagoda. Forgive me for offending you. Yifan took large strides forward. Dao markings interweaved under his feet, and after circulating the travel character art, the entire world seemed to have frozen. Ku Ci shouted loudly. The sound of Buddha's voice came from the era when the universe was first created, shaking everyone until they trembled. Yifan, who was at the center, felt it even more deeply. It was actually the supreme 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism, character art. The 6-syllable mantra had been scattered all over the world for many years, and not a single ancient temple could collect all of them. At most, they only had 1 or 2 mantras. Now, only a few ancient sacred temples were in control. Lantua Temple, Great Thunderclap Temple, Xiankong Temple, and Xianxia Temple were the foundations of Buddhism, and they naturally had the mantras. And this character art was passed down from Mount Meru in recent years. Lantua Temple now had 2 kinds of mantras, and their foundation and strength were both intimidating. Chapter 1079. An expanse of golden ripples could be seen spreading out like a golden meteor descending from beyond the heavens. It struck the boundless ocean and produced great waves that wreaked havoc in the mortal world. This was the swastika heavenly sound. It contained the great compassion and wisdom of the universe. Its power was boundless, and it was unparalleled in slaying demons and subduing devils. What no one expected was that Yifan also released a light shout. It was similarly vast and boundless, shaking the primal chaos until it roiled. It was as if he had returned to the primordial era. This heavenly sound pointed straight to the source, shaking one's soul. It was also a golden ripple that quickly extended outwards, colliding with Ku Ci's swastika sound. It could be said to be a tit for tat. All of the old monks were shocked, almost mistaking Yifan to be the reincarnation of a Buddha. He actually seemed to possess an incomparably pure Buddhist divine ability. What kind of sound technique is this? It's similar to the swastika sound. The effects are the same, and the divine might is the same. This was naturally the same swastika heavenly sound, but it had been evolved by Yifan with the battle saint technique. The various powers remained the same, and the divine might remained the same. The golden ripples collided violently. This was a great confrontation between the swastika heavenly sounds. It was as if 2 golden seas had breached a dam, and then they rushed towards each other and collided. Naturally, it was a raging storm, and the waves slammed into the clouds, drowning Lantua Temple. If not for the protection of the ancient formation, nothing would be left of this place. All the monks retreated at the first moment and hid in the ancient buildings. No one dared to stand in the middle of such a battle and clash of supreme Buddhist arts. The two's confrontation was a serious disaster. The sound waves turned into swords and bells, attacking this place and sweeping out a world crack. Dang, tens of thousands of golden Buddhist swords hacked over. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan couldn't block them all. The two different swastika sounds collided, forming a boundless Tao sea. All of his pores were shining to resist this attack. He collided with tens of thousands of Buddhist swords, shaking violently. Meanwhile, Ku Si was even worse off. His body swayed continuously, and all kinds of Tao marks swept over. Even someone as powerful as his Vajra indestructible body was covered in bloody scars. He was swept by the golden sword waves and continuously retreated. Dang! Of course, the most terrifying thing was that the great bell formed from the swastika character disregarded distance, quickly enveloping the other party, shaking the universe until it was about to collapse. Yi Fan stood in the air, facing the Buddhist bell. His body trembled as the bell formed from the swastika sound wrapped around him, ringing non-stop. Clang! Yi Fan activated the army formula. Even the large bell formed from the swastika formula was partially controlled by him. It was difficult for it to vibrate here, and it was almost confined. Pa! He shook his arm forcefully, and his golden palm landed on the Buddhist bell. With a sound that sounded like the beginning of the universe, the bell cracked and shattered. Golden fragments scattered all over the ground, and he broke free. On the other side, Ku Si was severely injured. Even though he had the Vajra indestructible body, his body was still cracked under the peerless attack of the highest Buddhist technique. With great difficulty, he broke out of the bell body and rushed out. In the confrontation of the swastikas, the people from Buddhist sect actually gained the upper hand. The people from Lantua Temple were all stunned. How did he manage to grasp the secrets of Buddhism to such an extent? This isn't just the appearance, he's clearly grasped the essence. Even Arhat Ku Si's true body is injured. The monks all sucked in a breath of cold air. Apart from the human race's divine physique, who else could it be? Only he could endure such an attack, and his physique was stronger than the Vajra indestructible body. Amitabha, benefactor's cultivation is indeed profound. However, this old monk is still not enough, Ku Si said. He put his palms together and chanted an incantation. His appearance was solemn, and the Vajra indestructible body shone. The surface of his body flickered with golden light, and his injuries healed. Bah! He suddenly let out a loud roar, and another type of Buddhist heavenly voice was shouted. The atmosphere was magnificent, and everything became different. Everything they saw became illusions. A universe opened up, enveloping the two within, and they were placed in a sea of stars. If the swastika heavenly voice was said to be an offensive divine technique, representing a method to subdue demons and a type of fierce attack, then the swastika heavenly voice represented a type of great power. It was almost like a formation, and it had the power to split the heavens and earth. Once this sound came out, it opened up the secrets of the beginning of the universe, restoring the true appearance of the world, and touching upon the power of the origin. Not to mention anything else, just this kind of great power could trap the enemy alive. Yi Fan focused his eyes. He realized that he was standing in the sea of stars, separated from monk Ku Si by a river of stars. Silver light shone brilliantly, cutting off the path forward. They seemed to be standing at the two ends of the star field, looking at each other from afar. No matter how powerful his divine abilities were, he could not attack them, and they could only meet. And this was just his first experience of the swastika heavenly voice. Since it had the magical effect of opening up the universe and condensing the great power of the world, and was almost naturally formed, it naturally had a method to suppress and kill the enemy. Bah! Ku Si shouted again, and a brilliant divine gate rushed out from the star field, flying towards Yi Fan, wanting to absorb him. The swastika heavenly voice contained the gate of reincarnation, and it could absorb people, send them into reincarnation, and send them to the afterlife. In a nice way, it was like ascending to the pure land of bliss, but in a bad way, it was to torture them to death. Dang! Yi Fan's expression was solemn. His feet crushed the pitch-black universe, and his hands moved, striking out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, blasting the divine gate away on the spot. Rise! Ku Ci shouted, and the endless river of stars shook violently, turning into a brilliant silver river. It actually swept up, suppressing towards Yi Fan. This was the great power of the world, condensing the power of the universe through the swastika heavenly voice, turning it into a miniature silver river, suppressing a person with all its might. No matter how great a person was, how could he compete with the universe? He would eventually turn into dust within it, and it was impossible for him to transcend. The heavenly voice did not stop, and the river of stars filled the sky, drowning Yi Fan. The gate of reincarnation formed by the swastika heavenly voice appeared again, with the river of stars as the peak, sending him to the afterlife. The sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back to the shore before it is too late. Benefactor, please return. As long as you turn back, you will have a path of survival, or else the road ahead will be endless calamities, the old monk said. Behind Yi Fan was a brilliant river of stars, leading to a place full of vitality, and in front of him was the forbidden land that suppressed demons. Bang! What responded to Ku Ci was a primordial spirit sword wave. Divine light blossomed between Yi Fan's brows, imitating the primitive emperor's Dao sword, making all kinds of attacks have the tendency of transforming into the way. This was a powerful attack, and the star field was collapsing. The silver river was scattered, turning into dust. Moreover, the violent shockwave of energy directly struck the golden divine gate, wanting to disintegrate it and defeat the old monk from the root. However, the celestial formation was like a natural formation, and this was the great power of the world, so it could not be completely disintegrated. It quickly transformed and repaired. Pop! The primitive emperor's Dao sword appeared again, flickering between Yi Fan's brows. The inch-long golden sword enlarged in an instant, filling the sky and sweeping across the universe, causing heaven and earth to collapse. Unfortunately, this was not a complete technique. Yi Fan had only fought with Yuangu back then, so it was impossible for him to completely copy it with the secret of fighting. This secret technique was undoubtedly extremely powerful, or else it would not have been recorded in the primitive emperor's ultimate secret technique. It was a pity that Yi Fan could not completely grasp it, and he could not transform the entire universe into the way. In the fierce battle, Yi Fan let out a clear roar. He calmed his heart, and the blood in his body turned into a river of stars. Golden blood chi boiled, and then a pair of fists evolved, pushing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the extreme. Of course, this was not only evolving the invincible fist will, but also his essence, chi, and spirit, and his unique way. He wanted to break this world and trample the great path of the world under his feet, so as to break the shackles of the great power of the universe. Back then, he reversed the great path in order to break free from the shackles, to not be suppressed by this world, and to transcend eternity. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. Ku Ci was not an ordinary half-saint, and far surpassed his fellow half-saint apprentice-nephew. He was a formidable opponent that Yi Fan encountered after his return. It was precisely because of this that he felt a sense of danger, and he understood his own way even more. The world could not suppress him, and he had to fight his way out. It is difficult to become a celestial being born in this world, because I have to follow the will of the universe. In the end, I will turn to dust, and only by transcending can I do so. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Reverse the great path, break free from the shackles of the world. At this moment, he understood even more clearly the importance of reversing the great path, and he had to carry it out to the end. Perhaps, one day, this world might be destroyed, and it would no longer exist. Just like the bright stars, just like the bright silver moon. It seemed so beautiful now, but there would be a day when it would fall. When this world is heading towards destruction, following the great path of the world will naturally turn to dust. Yi Fan's Dao heart became more and more firm. Reversing the great path, he would rely on himself for everything. He would trample the great path of the world under his feet, and break free from the shackles of the world. In the end, perhaps my path will be extremely difficult, and I will be destroyed by the heavenly path of the world, but I have no choice but to walk this path. If there really is an immortal realm and I can enter it one day, the world would be different. At that time, what should I respect exactly? Is it the Tao of this world, or the Tao of the immortal realm? Would there be any conflict? Rather than that, I might as well respect myself from the start, placing myself above everything else. Yi Fan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. His Tao heart shone with light as a beam of light shot out from the center of his brows, almost destroying this star region. His conviction was firm, his body and mind as one. He manifested the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and his fist intent became even more invincible. In terms of intrinsic quality, he had already transcended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This was a unique fist intent, no longer a technique of the past. At the same time, his frontal bone shone. A tiny golden figure stepped out from his immortal foundation, standing before the center of his brows, unleashing an invincible fist intent that was no different from his body's movements. Transcending the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, this was the fusion of his body and mind as one. His Tao heart shone with boundless light, naturally manifesting an invincible fist intent. This was the embryonic form of one's own path. He punched out. The golden figure in front of his brows did the exact same thing. From his physical body to his primordial spirit, it was so harmonious. From the outside to the inside, his physical body and his psyche both unleashed their own Tao, resonating in unison. Boom! This strike caused the silver river to collapse, the golden divine gate to shatter. Ku Ci coughed out blood, the power of heaven and earth crumbled, and the star region was destroyed. Bang! Yi Fan and Ku Ci returned to the real world at the same time. The star region disappeared, and the primeval universe disappeared. Yi Fan was unharmed. His aura grew stronger as he comprehended his own path and Tao. Ku Ci's body trembled. Cracks appeared on his invincible Vajra body as he retreated over 10 steps. Ancestor Ku Ci was a golden arhat, only half a step away from becoming a bodhisattva. His body was publicly acknowledged to be unbreakable, and it was hard to find an opponent in the western desert. Yet, he was actually defeated. The Lantua temple was a sacred ground of the western desert Buddhist sect. Ku Ci, who had grasped 2 supreme mantras and an unbreakable body, was actually defeated. This shocked the monks. As a human with a holy body, is he really so invincible? Some people guessed his identity, and they all stared at his Dharma body. Reverend, I don't want to be enemies with the Lantua temple. I just want to see in Miaoi. If I can't do that, then I can only fight to the death, Yi Fan said. I'm no match for you, but I don't want to be a villain for nothing. It's unreasonable of me to not let you see her. As long as you can pass the last stage, I will open the 9-level pagoda, Ku Ci said. Which stage? Yi Fan asked. Endure the baptism of the mortal cauldron. If you can withstand it, then I will allow you to see her. At this point, Ku Ci let out a clear whistle. In the air, the endless power of faith instantly transformed into a huge cauldron. It refined the psyche power that flew over from all directions, turning it into pure Buddhist light. Within the cauldron, all kinds of essence chi boiled. The psyche power was like the ocean, descending with a mountainous pressure. Yi Fan didn't say anything and directly walked forward. The huge cauldron pressed down, and with a boom, it sucked him in. There were many things in the world that cultivators were extremely afraid of. Without a doubt, it was difficult to list them all, but the fire of karma was definitely one of them. The great sage refined his body, and the quasi-emperor proved his Tao. They both needed to be tested by it. Yi Fan was fearless. He had already experienced it in the past. He rose and fell in the mortal cauldron, letting the psyche power boil and his bones crackle. He used this to refine his body, and his entire body became transparent and bright. The monks all sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 1080. The cauldron floated in the air, formed by the power of faith. Strands of faith power flew in from all directions and entered the cauldron, causing it to boil. The human world tempered the body, and the secular world tempered the heart. In the end, if one couldn't withstand the fire of karma, they might turn into ashes and all their previous efforts would be wasted. This was the consensus of some powerful cultivators. Yi Fan's forehead was like a mirror, reflecting the light. The surface of his body was like a divine skin, gently trembling as it absorbed the fire to refine his flesh and blood. His joints were moving, and his organs were humming rhythmically. After thousands of tempering, he forged his body and sharpened his bones and muscles. This was a human cauldron. It gathered the faith power of the secular world and turned it into an endless fire of karma to burn Yi Fan's body and primordial spirit. Both the cauldron and his body were sparkling and resplendent. The words furnace and cauldron were often linked together, and they had a special meaning. The heaven and earth were the bronze cauldron, smelting all living beings. Anyone in this world would be smelted and eventually turned into ashes. The secular world was the fire, and the faith power forged the cauldron. The human cauldron could also be called a cauldron. It burned the body and forged the Tao, and it was 100 times, 10,000 times better than the heaven and earth cauldron. For cultivators, it was a trial. Using the heaven and earth cauldron to temper the body and the human cauldron to temper the Tao, this was something many powerful cultivators had to go through when they reached the later stages. The raging fire would refine true gold. Those who survived would shine brilliantly, and those who failed would turn into ashes. Yi Fan hadn't reached that step yet, but he experienced it in advance. Naturally, he relied on the human race's saint body to survive such a disaster. Treasured light flickered, and the faith power in the cauldron boiled. The power of faith turned into Buddhist light, and it was as if it was steaming him. It enveloped and covered him, and his whole body was being tempered. The monks in Lantua temple chanted sutras with solemn expressions. The chanting became louder and louder, and it echoed throughout the mountains. Yi Fan wasn't afraid of the fire of karma. His joints moved like popping beans, and his organs trembled. His whole body cried out, and the sound was deafening. Through the battle just now, he had a deep understanding and was firm on his path. His mind was clear, and a small golden person sat cross-legged in front of his forehead, accepting the fire of karma like his body. This wasn't inferior to a saint physique heavenly tribulation. It tempered one's body, muscles, bones, and primordial spirit. He remained calm and motionless, enduring the tempering. Yi Fan's golden primordial spirit and fetus bones were tempered at the same time. His attainment in Tao was improving, and the various wonderful arts in his heart were also reaching the state of perfection. After so many years, his cultivation had advanced very quickly compared to others. Now that he had been baptized and tempered by the hellfire, it had been consolidated. Generally speaking, this was something that a sage could only consider in the future. Now that he had experienced it in advance, his Tao foundation would be indestructible. Crack. For 4 hours, Yi Fan's bones moved back and forth. During this process, his body became shorter by an inch. Then, the essence from all directions was filtered by the fire of karma and entered his body. His fetal bones were being refined. His natal bones were moving, and his flesh and blood were being tempered. Now that he had cultivated to such a level, it was extremely difficult for him to be reborn unless he could find the undying medicine. To be able to have such a transformation in his natal bones was already heaven-defying. I might be able to stand on the 7th minor step at any time. Yi Fan thought to himself. Back then, he had used 10 years to reach the 6th minor step of the severing Tao. After that, every step forward was incomparably difficult. Now, with the purest psyche power of Buddhism, he had unexpectedly found a breakthrough. The old monk Ku Ci chanted Amitabha, and the other monks chanted sutras. They all felt that it was incredible. Who would dare to barge into the Lantua temple? Even a half-saint would die with a grievance. With so much power of faith, no one could rival it. Unexpectedly, the human saint body could actually withstand the hellfire and use it to refine the body. After a total of 6 hours, Yi Fan was full of energy. His body was glowing, and his flesh and blood were strong and powerful. He walked out of the cauldron of humanity. Yi Fan felt that his corporeal body was like an eternal divine furnace that carried his primordial spirit. His blood and qi surged, and he was strong to the extreme. Every movement he made was exceptionally powerful and transcended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. All kinds of wonderful art sublimated as if they had broken through some kind of shackles. He had the belief that he was unrivaled, and with such a corporeal body, he really wanted to fight against ancient princes like the Fire Qilin and Huang Shudao to test his results of Tao. The hellfire couldn't harm his true body. The monks couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the human saint body couldn't be measured by Tao. This broke common sense. The cauldron of humanity dispersed and turned back into the boundless psyche power. It shone brilliantly and enveloped the top of the Lantua temple. "Divine monk, please open the stone pagoda and let Miaoyi out," Yi Fan said calmly. Ku Ci nodded and didn't go back on his words. The myriad races are rising, and the chaotic times are coming. The path of celestial ascension is about to open, and there might be shocking changes. I don't want to use the sage formation to trap you. After all, you are the human saint body. Yi Fan nodded to express his gratitude. However, he didn't think that he could really be trapped. He had a divine tool that he hadn't used yet, and he had the secret character, Xing, to break the formation. It might not be able to trap him. The 9-story stone pagoda wasn't grand, and it couldn't be said to be majestic. However, its simplicity gave one an illusion. It was as if the 9 layers of heaven were condensed here and suppressed the Lantua temple. Ku Ci didn't hide anything and said that this was a divine tool left behind by the great sage. No one could move it for tens of thousands of years, and it had been suppressed here since ancient times. Yi Fan nodded. Even his 6 paths of reincarnation fist couldn't move it at all. One could imagine the sturdiness of the stone pagoda. We have no ill intentions. Suppressing her for 100 years might not be a bad thing. If we gain something here, we might even be able to attain bodhisattva status. Ku Ci chanted an incantation, and the 9-story stone pagoda rumbled. The tightly shut stone door shot out tens of thousands of rays of Buddhist light, and it opened with a rumble. The stone pagoda was silent, and no one walked out. Yi Fan was startled, and he used his divine consciousness to look inside. Ku Ci was slightly surprised, and he nodded. On the 4th floor of the stone pagoda, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. A green lamp accompanied an ancient Buddha, unmoving. She was in a deep meditative state, comprehending the wondrous principles of Buddhist meditation. The interior of the stone pagoda was very simple, and there was almost nothing. And Miaoyi was peaceful and tranquil. She was like a lotus growing in the stone room, and no one knew about her. In the past, she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and her style was peerless. Yet now, she was so quiet, without the splendor of the mortal world, and her temperament was reserved. A green lamp flickered. She was quiet, and there was no sound at all. She sat cross-legged on a praying mat, and beside her was a benevolent stone Buddha. "Miaoyi!" Yi Fan called out. After not seeing her for 14 years, Miaoyi had become more and more aloof. She was a bit thinner, and her beautiful eyes were closed. She didn't move, and it was as if she had passed away in a sitting posture. That green lamp was the one he gave to Miaoyi. Now that the deity had awakened, it had become a rare treasure. The Lantua temple could be considered open-minded. They didn't take her away, and instead suppressed her here, turning her from a demon to a Buddha. In general, they really wanted to help her achieve her goal. The conflict between Buddhist doctrines was extremely frequent, and sometimes, it was extremely sharp. Who could truly say what was orthodox? How rare. She entered the deep layers of the Bodhisattva realm at such a young age. She is worthy of being an immortal flower. Arhat Ku Ci nodded. Miaoyi. Yi Fan called out again. This is a type of rebirth on the spiritual level. In order to surpass oneself and become a bodhisattva, one must pass through this trial. As for when she will wake up, it is hard to say, said Ku Ci. His face carried a bitter expression. Entering deep into a Buddhist sect to comprehend the Tao was far from as easy as one imagined. There were often some divine monks who passed away in seclusion in meditation. Buddhism, all types of laws and principles were broad and profound, as vast as the ocean. However, if one wanted to achieve anything, it was extremely difficult. It was extremely difficult to cultivate in a few specific realms. It sounded nice to say it was rebirth, but in reality, it was passing away in meditation. Once one failed to comprehend the Tao, they would die in cultivation. Most of the past holy monks, as strong as saints, ended up like this. They would pass away in a sealed stone room, silently passing away. Yi Fan waited here for a full half a month. And Miaoyi did not move at all. Her face was thin and thin, as if she was about to transform into the Tao. Even the green lamp in front of her had dimmed, and the flame in the wick was about to be extinguished. Miaoyi will be fine, right? The spiritual journey to the Bodhisattva realm is the most dangerous. This concerns the fruit of the Tao in the future. Anything can happen. Many outstanding Buddhas have high hopes, and there is no lack of future successors of Mount Meru. They have all mysteriously passed away in meditation in this realm. Ku Ci frowned. In other words, she might be in danger? Yi Fan asked. Buddhist Dharma is boundless, and its power is vast and immeasurable. However, there are many dangers when cultivating it. Back then, there were some people who were believed to be the reincarnations of ancient Buddhas who passed away in meditation. Ku Ci indirectly answered. Yi Fan frowned. After waiting for another half a month, he realized that Miaoyi's aura was much weaker. The green lamp flickered, and her peerless appearance became thinner and thinner. It was as if she was about to be cut off from the mortal world. No, I have to pull her back. What Bodhisattva realm? What ancient Buddha heaven? Tell me, how do I enter? Yi Fan felt that he could not wait any longer. He was extremely worried. You don't cultivate Dharma. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to enter the Bodhisattva realm and bring her soul back. Ku Ci shook his head. Yi Fan paced back and forth anxiously. Benefactor, you have to know how to let go. Ku Ci sighed. Why do I have to let go? Yi Fan asked. Her heart is devoted to Buddhism. Before entering my Lantua temple, she smiled indifferently and let go of everything in the mortal world. Even if you enter the Bodhisattva realm, you might not be able to bring her back. Yi Fan did not speak. After a dozen or so days, Miaoyi became thinner and more ethereal. She seemed to have lost her vitality in the stone room and was in danger of dying in a sitting posture. Miaoyi, wake up. Yi Fan was worried and called out softly. However, Miaoyi seemed to have left the mortal world and could not wake up. Yi Fan wanted to travel spiritually to the Bodhisattva realm. Who said I don't know Dharma? Didn't I use the swastika heavenly sound to fight against the divine monk? He insisted on traveling spiritually to the Bodhisattva realm and bring Miaoyi back. Ku Ci was startled and said, all right, you can try. But if you fail, please return immediately. Otherwise, your soul may be destroyed and only an empty shell will be left. Yifan shouted the swastika heavenly sound. When the universe was first formed, heaven and earth were born, and all living things were born. He wanted to forcefully enter the mysterious Bodhisattva realm. Behind him, a tall figure appeared. Divine light shone, but it was not a Buddha statue. This made Ku Si and the other old monks speechless. When others use the swastika heavenly sound, a Buddha appears behind them, representing respect and obedience. But behind him is himself. Is he too egoistic? Or does he not respect heaven and earth and only has his own Tao in his heart? Even the old monks could not help but criticize silently. This kind of Tao was too domineering. The celestial path he wanted to enter was destined to be tyrannical. In the future, he would most likely suffer the wrath of heaven. The swastika heavenly sound resonated with Buddha. The figure behind Yifan was like a demonic god. His eyes were sharp and his black hair was scattered. Then, he forcefully tore open a spiritual realm and stepped in. This was a special spiritual realm of Buddhism. It was difficult for outsiders to enter. Only divine monks who had comprehended the Tao could enter spiritually. As soon as Yifan entered, he felt a kind of holiness and auspiciousness. There were some divine monks and arhats sitting cross-legged on the stone cliffs. There were even some walking in the depths of the ancient temples. All kinds of figures were very blurry but gave people a very real feeling. Buddhist chanting was unending and leisurely transmitted over. Yifan passed by the ancient temple and passed through an ancient battlefield. He was looking for an Miaoyi in this spiritual realm. Not long after, he saw a group of monks sitting on the ground and chanting sutras. In front of him, there was a great Buddha imprint that needed to be prostrated and worshipped. Yifan's arrival seemed out of place. He only chanted his own name and did not chant the name of Buddha. He did not respect anything here. Who intruded into the paradise and blasphemed the Bodhisattva realm? Why don't you worship the Bodhisattvas of the heavens and not the ancient Buddha? Why should I worship? The Buddha said that everyone has a Buddha nature and everyone can become a Buddha. It is enough to worship oneself. A true Buddha does not need others to worship him, Yifan said. Are you questioning the deities and saying that the virtuous predecessors are false Buddhas? A dignified voice came from the sky and a powerful pressure descended. Yifan did not say anything and directly smashed his fist over. He began to chant his own sutra. He actually wanted to purify the various bodhisattvas and divine monks' imprints here. Who is this person? The undefeated bodhisattva doesn't worship Buddha and only respects himself? A few arhat spiritual wills swept over at the same time. Chapter 1081. Yifan's golden divine will was like a blade as it cut open the firmament. This was a domain belonging to the spirit and divine will. It was an illusory world, and what one could sense might not be real. It was forged from the incomplete imprints of the predecessors. The dignified voice disappeared and the world became much clearer. The arhats from all directions were astonished and all looked over. Yifan didn't stop. The golden arhats he saw were imprints from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. It wasn't a clear divine will, so it was difficult to communicate on a deep level. This was like a dilapidated world. There were divine monks gathered in front of some of the great Buddha's imprints, but the even vaster areas were desolate. Of course, not every place was unobstructed. Some ancient temples and holy temples shone brilliantly and illuminated the entire universe. They tore through the clouds and stood on the most majestic mountains. These kinds of places were difficult to enter because there were relatively undamaged imprints of true Buddhas. Yifan could only take a detour in some forbidden areas. The Buddhist chants were like thunder on the holy mountain. The great temple was grand and shone with boundless Buddhist light. He could clearly see a few ancient Buddhas sitting cross-legged as if they were preaching the Tao across time and space. Buddhism is truly unfathomable. The predecessors created a spiritual domain. Those who have severed the Tao can enter a deep level of meditation and comprehend the Tao in hopes of attaining the Bodhisattva realm in the future. It was rumored that this spiritual domain radiated outwards from the boundless mental power of Mount Meru. The power of faith in Lantua Temple was much inferior to that of Mount Meru. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. If he was at Mount Meru, his true body might enter a strange domain world and something even more wondrous would happen. That was because there was a place on Mount Meru where the spiritual domain could materialize and allow one's true body to enter. It was like the divine realm. But now, he was at Lantua Temple. What he saw and felt couldn't be considered clear. Many places were quite blurry and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Yi Fan made a detour around the vast ancient battlefield and walked through the boundless land. He didn't see In Miaoyi's figure at all and didn't know where she was. When he entered the depths of this domain, there were golden lotuses everywhere. The Tao marks interweaved like strands and made it difficult to walk. He finally sensed something. He saw a small stone nunnery that rested beside a spiritual lake. The golden lake water was like molten gold. This was pure spiritual energy, one of the origins of this wondrous paradise. There were traces left behind by In Miaoyi here. There was a blue stone in the shape of a cow, and her imprint was carved on it. She had comprehended the Tao here before. 8 Annihilation Scripture. Yi Fan muttered to himself and furrowed his brows. This was a scripture that would sever the mortal world. Although he had never read it, he had heard of it before. In the scripture, it was said that if a sentient being prayed too much to the 8 Annihilations Bodhisattva, they would be separated from their emotions. Yi Fan continued forward. Not long after, he came across another ancient temple. There were traces of In Miaoyi's Tao. She had once cultivated the divine glazed Dharma body here, removing the delirium of thoughts and severing delirium. She had also returned to the world. In the boundless universe, the world of mortals was illusory, impure, and filthy. The immortal platform was bright and clear like colored glass, and it could dissolve the various thoughts in one's heart. There was also the white bone platform. This was a method to separate from the mortal world, to return to the world of mortals. It was a method that allowed one to sever all desires and thoughts, transcending the great world. Yi Fan was worried. After cultivating this type of method, one would truly be separated from the mortal world, breaking free from it. However, would one succeed? Those who could truly reach this step were only the immortals of the 9 heavens. How could humans reach this step? It was just too transcendent. The Buddhists cultivated the afterlife. Was it right or wrong? He didn't know. If he did this, then no matter how he looked at it, this world would be like an empty expanse, an illusion. Miaoyi, Yi Fan searched for her traces. He called out loudly, but he couldn't find her. He passed through the land of Bodhi, and then rushed into the ancient Buddha Nirvana Valley. He completely lost track of her. Yi Fan chanted his own scripture, calling out to her divine will. He wanted to communicate with her spiritually and bring her back. Suddenly, he heard the sound of ocean waves. He walked past an ancient ruin, and a precipice blocked his way. A silver sea overflowed into the heavens. A stone vein stretched across, blocking the mysterious silver sea. He vaguely saw a beautiful figure. Her clothes fluttered about as she leapt over. Past sea. Yi Fan hurriedly rushed over. There were these 3 large words on the cliff, clearly writing the name of the silver sea. It stretched as far as the eye could see, so how could there be a beautiful figure? I clearly saw it. That should be an imprint left behind a long time ago. She leapt in from here, Yi Fan said to himself. He wanted to enter the sea, but he felt a great sense of danger. It was incompatible with his Tao. I don't believe in the past, and I don't cultivate the afterlife. I only believe that I can live eternally if I am unmatched in this world. This sea is known as the past, and I have no way of entering it. It clashes with my Tao. He stood on the precipice and frowned. Then, he suddenly released a long roar and took large steps forward. I firmly believe in my own Tao. What past see? Everything is just an illusion. I will sweep through this world and be unmatched. I will fight my way into the past. Then, beneath my feet will be the undying path of the present world. For the sake of finding in Miaoyi, Yi Fan didn't care about the danger. He leapt into the sea and smashed out with his fist. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. This silver divine sea even evaporated a region. It couldn't stop him. Within a range of 10 zhang, nothing could approach him. Buddha light shone everywhere, and he was unaffected. The golden lotus bloomed and countless traces of Tao couldn't cut off his path. Hong long long. Great silver waves overflowed into the heavens. The golden lotus took root in the void and was about to drown him. However, he blasted out golden light that filled the sky and swept away everything in his way. The immortal path is before me, and I will climb it myself. The path of the Buddha will be walked by the Buddha, and my path will be walked by myself. There is no need for others to guide me. Heavenly sounds were released from his mouth, scattering all types of traces of Tao. He didn't change his path and advanced courageously. He firmly believed that as long as he was unmatched, he could break through anything. He was in control of everything and didn't need to rely on the illusory future. He even more so didn't need to hesitate in the past. Open for me. Yi Fan's entire body overflowed with golden light. He was like a golden sun that illuminated the path ahead. Every movement he made casually scattered about, blasting the silver sea apart. It was earth-shattering. He searched through this silver divine sea, sweeping through everything before him. He was so shocked that even a few golden arhats looked over, feeling astonished. Who is this person? He dares to cross so forcefully. He didn't use the sea of the past to purify himself, but instead shattered everything. Yi Fan rushed into the depths and searched in every possible way, but in the end, it was to no avail. He couldn't see a trace of hope, and he had no idea wherein Miaoyi leapt to. In the end, he opened up a path, smashing through the silver sea of the past and crossing over. He stood on the cliff and didn't say anything for a long time. Everyone had their own different Tao. He wanted to call out to Miaoyi, but there was no result. He also had no way of changing Miaoyi's path and bringing her out. After a long sigh, Yi Fan had stayed in this spiritual domain long enough. He could only helplessly withdraw. Inside the Lantua temple, a powerful aura surged. His soul returned to his body and his vitality was restored. This shocked a few old monks. An outsider truly entered the Bodhisattva realm and then calmly left. This wasn't a common occurrence since ancient times. Benefactor has fate with the Buddha. Are you willing to enter my Lantua temple? If so, you will definitely become an ancient Buddha in the future. Who knows, you might even become a Buddha, said Ku Ci. Yi Fan was speechless. It was impossible for the people of the Lantua temple to bring him into the Buddhist path. How could he agree to this? Great Master, has Miaoyi ever woken up? Within the 9-storied stone pagoda, the aura of that elegant figure was becoming increasingly weak. That bean-sized lamp flame was about to be extinguished. The person, the lamp, and the stone Buddha were all incomparably dim. It was as if a gust of wind would blow past and everything would come to an end. Miaoyi, wake up! Yi Fan called out. This made people worried. She had been in isolation for so long and still hadn't woken up. This might be because the divine general had died, leaving only his physical body in the mortal world. This is truly dangerous. The past holy monks and ancient Buddhas all looked like this when they passed away. Ku Ci frowned. And Miaoyi was in isolation, her soul entering the Bodhisattva realm. It was unknown what she encountered, but it was actually difficult for her to wake up again. Miaoyi, wake up! Yi Fan chanted scriptures, wanting to bring her back and awaken her potential. He wanted to use her physical body as a magical artifact to collect her soul. However, another half a month passed. And Miaoi's body even became a bit cold. Her soul had been separated from her physical body for too long, and her vitality had returned to quietness. It wasn't that her physical body was about to die, but rather that it was too dangerous. Her physical body's potential believed that her primordial spirit had withered and couldn't be returned, so she began to protect herself. The human body was a treasure. Even if the deity died, the body could still exist for a long time. Right now, this seemed to be reflected. Is she really going to pass away just like this? Yi Fan's voice was trembling. He clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to enter the Bodhisattva realm again. However, the result was disappointing. He entered and exited 7 times, but there was still no result. Miaoi, don't die. Yi Fan's heart was anxious, and his emotions were fluctuating intensely. Was the separation 14 years ago an eternal one? Soul, return. He sat cross-legged in the stone pagoda and called out with his heart, wanting to guide a lost soul back. Ku Ci chanted Buddhist mantras, chanting scriptures continuously. At this moment it was already very clear that, just like the past holy monks, Miaoi had passed away in meditation, and it would be difficult for her to return. Why is it like this? Yi Fan cried out in grief. He stood up and entered the Bodhisattva realm for the 8th time. This time, he advanced bravely, opening up a path along the way. He even broke through the imprints left behind by many great Buddhas. Many grand temples were stopped by him, and he roared towards the sky in search of that elegant and otherworldly woman. In another blurry world, it was filled with mysterious Buddhist light, and his brilliance illuminated the entire heaven and earth. He was like a deity standing there, overlooking everything as he roared loudly, calling out to Miaoi. He was like the largest ancient Buddha, roaring through the heaven and earth, erupting with unrivaled brilliance, illuminating all directions. In the end, he returned wearily once again. Yi Fan was close to despair, and even if he was truly unrivaled, it wouldn't change anything. Another 49 days passed, and the divine monk Ku Ci determined that Miaoi had passed away in meditation. There was no hope left. A group of old monks chanted scriptures, sending her to paradise. They all knew that no miracles could happen, and they couldn't defy the heavens. Yi Fan entered the Bodhisattva realm for the 9th time, and this time, he himself almost died inside. He charged out with great difficulty and roared angrily towards the sky, powerless to reverse the situation. Miaoi! Yi Fan called out. He hugged the ice-cold body and walked out of the pagoda, full of sorrow. She has officially passed away in meditation. Look at the Buddhist flower flying out of her head, which proves that her soul flame has been extinguished, said Ku Ci. A sweet fragrance pervaded the air, and a large expanse of flower rain descended from the void, sprinkling over the stone pagoda. And Miaoi's corpse had completely cooled down, and that green lamp had been extinguished. How could this be? Yi Fan was in a daze. He caressed that cheek, but couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. Tears couldn't help but flow down. The flower petals fell from the void, and the last bit of light was extinguished. The sweet fragrance dispersed, and Miaoi's expression was peaceful, as if she was in a deep sleep. Miaoi, wake up. Yi Fan's tears fell. Ku Ci retreated with the old monks. There was no other way. Even the soul flower had been extinguished, so how could she wake up? The surroundings of the stone pagoda were quiet. Yi Fan sat alone with the ice-cold corpse in his arms. What was the point of cultivation? In the end, it had to be separated by life and death. What was the meaning of cultivating? Miaoi, wake up. He called out again and again, and tears continuously flowed down. After an unknown period of time, a weak voice rang out, "You're crying." The ice-cold body that was like a jade sculpture moved slightly. On this exceptional face, a pair of eyes opened with difficulty. Chapter 1082. Yi Fan's heart trembled and his eyes widened. The ice-cold body in his embrace had an additional soul imprint. She actually revived. What was lost was regained. A dead beauty regained life. Even though she was very weak, it was so real. Miaoyi. Yi Fan cried out and grabbed her hand with force, fearing that he would lose her forever if he let go. One step into heaven, one step into hell. He was originally in despair, but now he was suddenly pleasantly surprised. This was a type of mood that had fallen greatly. He felt that he was about to lose her, yet the woman in his embrace had actually revived from the dead. This made his emotions surge. The unmatched beauty was in death's seclusion and had originally already become a cold corpse. He thought that they would be separated forever and never see each other again. This would become a great regret. "You're back. It's good that you're alive," he said softly. And Miaoyi's face lacked color and was extremely pale. Her delicate face seemed to be carved from pure white jade. Her originally ethereal eyes now lacked luster and were dim and somewhat hazy. She slowly reached out her hand and helped him wipe away the tears on his face. Her body was extremely weak. After returning from the Bodhisattva realm, she encountered many difficulties and dangers and almost passed away in meditation. After all these years, Miaoyi's beauty didn't decrease in the slightest. Her immortal charm was even more restrained and she had an additional type of tranquility and contentment. She was less enchanting and more moving. She smiled weakly. Reuniting after so many years in this West Earth's Lan Tua temple gave her an indescribable feeling. Her eyes flickered with spiritual colors as she said, "It really is you. I heard your call in the Bodhisattva realm and walked out from my lost state with great difficulty. Nothing will happen to you. I'm here. I can definitely protect you." Yi Fan's gaze was resolute. He released a light shout and circulated the swordsman character. His entire body overflowed with holy light and enveloped Miaoyi. Even though his swordsman character was flawed, there were few who could compare to it. Regardless of whether it was the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique or the rebirth technique, they were all just so. And Miaoyi's soul was mainly injured and she almost got lost in the Bodhisattva realm. Using the swordsman character to repair her physical body and heal her primordial spirit, her condition became much better in the blink of an eye. "I feel much better." Not long after, she was able to sit up. In the distance, Master Ku Ci had returned. Even though he was a golden body Luohan and normally had a calm heart, right now he revealed a strange expression. He had clearly passed away, so how could he be revived? Could it be that this is the person chosen and protected by the Buddha? That's why he could stay in the Bodhisattva realm for such a long time, causing us to mistakenly think that he had passed away? He muttered to himself. Then, he walked over with large strides, asking about the situation. He really wanted to know what had happened. "I crossed the sea of the past and the river of next life. I saw two great Buddhas on the horizon. One was Amitabha, and the other was Sakyamuni. I had no choice but to walk forward, passing between the two Buddhas, and I got lost." And Miaoyi spoke softly, recounting her experiences in the Bodhisattva realm. "As long as you're back," Ku Ci said. Suppressing Miaoyi in the 9-floored stone pagoda was not out of malice, as he thought that she might attain the Bodhisattva realm in the future. It was crucial for her to cultivate arduously in the pagoda for 100 years. Ku Ci left, not willing to disturb her any further. "You've returned," and Miaoyi said softly. She looked at Yi Fan in a daze, slowly standing up. Her soul had already stabilized. She was a bit thinner, her fine black hair soft and supple, her expression tranquil and otherworldly. She was clearly standing before him, yet she seemed like she could leave this world at any time, as if she was incomparably far away. "I worked hard, returned with great difficulty, but it was still too late. After making up my mind, I similarly couldn't forget this shore, and so I returned." Yi Fan said softly. "It's been 14 years. I never thought we would meet again. And Miaoyi said softly. Yi Fan walked shoulder to shoulder with her, walking out of Lantua Temple together. The sunset dyed the western skies red, drawing out their shadows. Lantua Temple, a Qilin rested beneath a cliff. Lingji grew by the side of a small path. This was a place full of fragrance, tranquility and auspiciousness everywhere, Dao marks everywhere. It really is good that you could come and see me. And Miaoyi smiled like a little girl, her eyes bright and teeth white, somewhat charming and warm. However, Yi Fan's heart froze, feeling a bit distant. Yi Fan smoothed out her fine black hair, accompanying her as they walked out. They walked past the cobblestone path, past the palaces and pavilions, walking shoulder to shoulder. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it seemed extremely warm. I chose the path of Buddha, and now I have some Dao fruits. And Miaoyi said. I know. Great Master Ku Ci said that you can attain the Bodhisattva position, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Yi Fan nodded. After walking this path, one needs to be at peace of mind, without desires or demands. Walking is empty, sitting is empty, words and actions are all empty. Even if a white blade approaches your head, it will be like a sharp sword slicing the spring wind, and Miaoyi said softly. Yi Fan's expression froze, finally understanding why he felt and Miaoyi was a bit distant. It wasn't that the two of them were too far apart, but rather that her mental state was different. Everyone has a Buddha nature, and Buddhas are humans as well. Why do you have to give up so much? I don't wish for you to walk this path. Yi Fan said. Everyone has a Buddha nature, but not everyone can become a Buddha. And Miaoyi shook her head. For a moment, the two of them didn't speak. They walked forward silently. Although it was very warm, there seemed to be a formless distance between them. Why do you want to cultivate Buddha? There are many Dao arts in this world. If you are willing, I can help you obtain the scriptures of the great human emperor and let you choose. Yi Fan said. I have fate with Buddha, and am suitable to cultivate Buddha. And Miaoyi shook her head. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but Miaoyi stretched out her jade-like hand and covered his lips, saying, Don't say anything, let's continue on our path. After a long time, the sun had already set. On the dim Lan Tua sacred mountain, the shadows of the trees danced, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted in the air. Yi Fan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke. Miaoyi, this path isn't easy to walk. You don't have to walk it, there are many choices. Why do you have to trap yourself in the western desert? This is my path. When I enter the sea of the past, when I cross the river of life, my heart is so calm. It tells me what I should choose and what to give up, and Miaoyi said. I don't want you to be like this. Yi Fan looked at her. She was originally a peerless beauty, but now she had to accompany the ancient Buddha, ending her karma with the mortal world. How cruel was this? What's so bad about this? My heart is calm, incomparably full. I can witness a Buddha flower blooming, bright and glistening. My Dao is all here, and Miaoyi said, her eyes flowing with brilliance. Leave the western desert with me, Yi Fan said seriously. And Miaoyi sighed. She looked at him, her eyes filled with reluctance to part, but she shook her head. Suddenly, she touched her forehead. Some cold sweat flowed out, and her eyes became misty. In the past, I severed my Dao, but I forgot the past. What? Yi Fan grabbed her arm. And now, I remember everything. But when you left 14 years ago, I made a choice. 2 streams of sparkling tears flowed down from Miaoyi's beautiful eyes. Severed my Dao, forgotten, and remembered. There are some imprints that can't be erased. Yi Fan's gaze was resolute. Buddhism talks about the afterlife, but it's just an escape. What reincarnation? What reincarnation? What we can sense and exist, is all because of this life. And Miaoyi calmed down. She gently said, "Don't be stubborn. This is my path." "It's not stubbornness, it's that you really shouldn't have chosen to cultivate Buddhism." Yifan suddenly became tyrannical. He grabbed her hand and said, "Leave the Western Desert with me." And Miaoyi smiled. Her peerless beauty could topple a city with a single smile. For a moment, the entire dim sacred mountain brightened. "You really don't want me to cultivate Buddhism?" "Yes." Yifan nodded. He didn't want Miaoyi to spend the rest of her life alone in the Western Desert. "That will have to wait until I attain the status of Bodhisattva and can roam the world. Right now, all the races are rising and the saints from the outer regions are coming. If I don't become a Bodhisattva, how can I roam the world?" "You aren't just brushing me off, are you?" Yifan was startled. "No." And Miaoyi smiled sweetly, her beauty was breathtaking. "It doesn't matter. One day, if you are really obstructed by Buddhism, I will come to pick you up. As long as I am unrivaled in this world, nothing can stop me." Yifan said. "Little man, you are a bit domineering." And Miaoyi's smile spread out like ripples. Her skin glistened, her fine black hair danced in the wind. Her eyes were like stars as she said, "I'll wait for you to pick me up." Yifan nodded. They crossed several spirit veins and walked towards the depths of the sacred mountain. "In the future, no matter what happens, you must believe in me, just like how I believe in you," Miaoyi said. The pure white moonlight transformed into immortal feathers that sprinkled down. The water in the lake sparkled as spiritual energy drifted about. Yifan scooped up clear water with a jade scoop and sprinkled it on Miaoyi's beautiful hair to help her wash her hair. Specks of immortal light formed ripples in the lake. And Miaoyi chuckled and pushed him away, saying, "I'll do it myself." She wanted him to leave this place. Not long after, water splashed up. She swam in the lake like a fish. Her pure white body was like ivory, flickering with sparkling luster. In the distance, Yifan sat beside the bonfire and roasted some wild game. He didn't know why, but he felt that Miaoyi was really a bit too far away, even though she said they would meet again in the future. Not long after, the beauty in the lake came out of the bath and walked over with light steps. She was wearing a feather robe that outlined the curves of her pure white and sparkling body. It was perfect to the extreme. Her slender waist and slender and straight jade-like legs were flawless. Her long hair was still dripping with water droplets. There was a faint smile on her white jade-like face. Her every movement was peerless, elegant and otherworldly, like a fairy from heaven who had mistakenly descended to the mortal world. "Let's go." And Miaoyi ate a spirit root and didn't touch the wild game. "All right, I'll send you back." Yifan nodded and stood up. "Back where?" And Miaoyi asked. "Aren't we going to Lantua Temple?" Yifan asked. "The future is still far away. I know you're going to travel far. In the next half a month, I'm not a Buddhist cultivator and you're not a human with a sacred physique. We're just a pair of ordinary people going to live an ordinary life," Miaoyi said. Yifan was surprised at first. Then, he pulled her hand and left, leaving Sacred Mountain and Lantua Temple. In the next half a month, they were like a pair of ordinary people. They stayed together and watched the sun rise and set in the west. They walked through the grasslands and entered the desert. It was a peaceful and happy life. At night, they gazed at the starry sky together. Yifan pointed out to her where the other shore of the starry sky was and told her what kind of world it was. Time was short, but it passed so quickly. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight was hazy. "We'll meet again." And Miaoyi stood up and turned her back to him. Her pure white and perfect back flickered with a snow-white luster like jade. Yifan went forward and embraced her ivory-like body. He wasn't willing to separate. If he could choose, he would rather be immortal. "It's been half a month. You should go." And Miaoyi gently pushed him away. Her feather robe flashed and covered her flawless body. Her expression was tranquil and incomparably elegant and otherworldly. It was as if she was standing far away in the 9 heavens. Chi! A green lamp appeared beside her. The wick flickered with Buddhist light and suddenly jumped up. The ancient bronze lamp made her look even more ethereal. Chapter 1083. The green copper lamp flickered, and the flame was clear and bright. There was actually a tiny Miaoyi sitting cross-legged in the middle of the flame, chanting sutras in a dignified and sacred manner. The expression of the true body, Miaoyi, was indifferent. Her white clothes fluttered lightly in the wind, causing her to seem lofty and faintly discernible, as if she was about to ascend to the heavens and ascend to immortality, otherworldly. She seemed to have changed into a different person. She seemed even more illusory and difficult to get close to. Her gentle smile carried a trace of distance. Yi Fan gazed at the figure sitting in the bronze lamp. Only then did he feel a sense of familiarity. He said softly, "Miao Yi. Go." Inside the green lamp, that familiar and intimate smile didn't change in the slightest as it waved at him. "Goodbye, until we meet again." The true body in Miaoyi also spoke. Then, she turned around, leaving just like that, graceful like an immortal, flying through the air, heading in the direction of Orchid Tua Temple. Yi Fan was lost in thought and did not move for a long time. At dawn, a ray of multicolored light shone down. Only then did he rise and leave. Every day in the western desert, he could sense the mysterious power of Psyche. He wanted to observe Mount Meru from a distance, and had no intention of leaving immediately. There were a few ancient lands in the western desert. The Xiankong Temple, Lantua Temple, and Xianxia Temple were all extremely famous. They possessed the highest secret techniques of Buddhism and were revered in the world. Yi Fan walked on foot, passing by the Lantua Temple and heading towards the center of this land. He sensed the atmosphere of the Buddhist land and looked at the divine light of faith. He was comprehending in his heart. A day later, Yi Fan passed by a dilapidated palace hall. This place had been reduced to ruins and scorched. Why would someone destroy a temple in West Earth? He was a little surprised. This small temple wasn't big, and it didn't take up much space. After scattering the ashes, a dozen or so corpses were revealed. Qingling Temple, isn't this the place where Miao Yi once cultivated? Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. This small temple had been destroyed less than half a month ago. And Miao Yi had set out from the Ahant Temple and traveled all over the western desert. She had cultivated in many ancient temples, and only stopped when she entered the Lan Tua Temple. This was only one of them. And Miaoyi had mentioned it before. Reverse the flow and trace back to the source, ancient reversion technique. Yi Fan released a light shout. His eyes were brilliant and his forehead was sparkling like a mirror, illuminating the broken walls. This was a mysterious technique he had cultivated on Earth. He had once obtained an incomplete Veda Sutra in the ancient Daoist field. He had comprehended the profound principles and obtained this mysterious technique which could allow the scenes of the past to reappear. Yi Fan's frontal bone shone, illuminating the rubble and scattering over the corpses. He traced back the events that happened more than 10 days ago. Moments later, his body trembled. Wang Tang. His eyes lit up and became as sharp as a knife. It was actually Wang Tang who did it. Needless to say, he knew what this person wanted to do. In order to take revenge on him, this person would do anything. He knew that I had returned and understood that he wasn't my opponent. He wanted to make a move against Miaoyi and annihilate the entire temple. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He quickly gave chase and arrived at the small temple Miaoyi mentioned. This ancient temple was safe and sound, it had not suffered any calamity. It must be the people from the first temple who discovered his misdeeds and were silenced. He didn't dare tarry and directly headed for Lantua Temple. He secretly learned that Miaoyi had returned and was unharmed. Wang Tang, it's time to settle things. Yi Fan hid in the sacred mountain and paid attention to everything here. He believed that Wang Teng would definitely appear and that it was only a matter of time. Several days later, An Miaoyi went out and headed for Xianxia Temple to comprehend a type of Buddhist law. Yi Fan didn't show himself and used the Celestial Court's secret killing technique to hide in the void. He followed along the way because he felt that Wang Teng should appear soon. Sure enough, after traveling for several thousand li, a golden ancient war chariot rumbled over and emitted soaring radiance. It was accompanied by a true dragon, an immortal phoenix, a white tiger, and a black tortoise. This ancient war chariot was entirely golden and emitted boundless radiance. It stood on top of it like a celestial emperor inspecting the mortal world. Wang Teng's black hair hung loosely behind him. He was tall and sturdy, and there was a type of coldness in his eyes. He held a golden holy sword in his hand and cut off the path ahead. The sword edge spat out divine radiance several hundred zhang long as it swept towards An Miaoyi. Qi. A green lamp appeared and hung on An Miaoyi's shoulder. It emitted a gentle radiance and propped up a layer of light screen to protect her body. You are Wang Teng. Who would have thought that the magnificent North deity would actually fall to such a state? Did you come to take action against me because you felt that you had no hope of killing Yi Fan in this lifetime? An Miaoyi said softly. To the top heavenly pride of the human race's younger generation, doing things like this was undoubtedly abandoning oneself and losing the heart to prove one's Tao. Ha 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 ha. Wang Teng laughed loudly and his hair fluttered in the wind. There was anger and killing intent in his eyes. It was cold and sinister, and his pupils were like two deep pools. What a pity. The former North deity has already become like this. It really makes one sigh with sorrow. The top young hero has finally fallen and is unable to recover after this setback. He no longer has his unrivaled glory, An Miaoyi said softly. Yes, I've lost again. In the Battle of the Eastern Baron, a mysterious person shocked the world and forced me to retreat with a single spear strike. I know he is Yi Fan, and I am not his match. Wang Teng's expression was cold as he said, he led tens of thousands of cavalries to annihilate my Wang clan of the northern plains. I will take revenge for this hatred no matter what in this lifetime. If I can't kill him, then I will start with his woman and make him suffer for the rest of his life. Wang Teng spoke in a sinister tone. His eyes were filled with hatred and were close to insanity. The hand that was holding onto the golden saint's sword was trembling slightly, and half of his body was convulsing. You only see the destruction of the Wang clan. Why didn't you mention your domineering actions back then? If it wasn't for the fact that you went to annihilate the Southern Mountains barbarian race and colluded with the ancient race to exterminate Yi Fan and his friends, how could things have turned out like this? Buddhism talks about karma, and everything is already destined, An Miaoyi said. What karma? What heavenly Tao? To me, they are all unimportant. I want you to die, and I want Yi Fan to suffer for the rest of his life. I can't kill him, so I will torture him mentally and make him unable to live in peace for the rest of his life. Wang Teng's eyes were bloodshot and had turned scarlet. His murderous aura was boundless, and the golden ancient chariot was enveloped in a bloody mist. An Miaoyi shook her head. The North Arch was no longer as stunning as he was in the past. His mental state had fallen, and he was truly unable to recover from this setback. No matter how high his cultivation was, it was impossible for him to corroborate his Tao. Kill. Wang Teng made his move and fought against An Miaoyi. The golden saint's sword in his hand slashed down, and the ancient chariot rumbled, crushing everything in its way. The mountain peaks and ancient veins were all turned into powder. His battle intent soared into the clouds, and his demonic qi was boundless. An Miaoyi made her move and used Buddhist arts to neutralize his attacks. She continued to fight against him. An Miaoyi, you can't escape today. I will send your head to the Eastern Baron. I will listen to his mournful cries and watch as his anger attacks his heart. I will make him grieved and unable to reverse the situation. You won't be the last. In the future, I will hunt down everyone related to him. I will kill them one by one, and your skulls will become my collection. Yi Fan, I will make you grieve. I look forward to your heartbroken expression, ha ha ha. Wang Ting seemed to have gone mad. He was crying and laughing at the same time. His attacks were like a torrential storm, and his sword chi was ever-changing. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden fist shattered the vacuum and appeared. It blasted Wang Ting and his ancient chariot away, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan walked out from the void step by step with a black spear in his hand. His entire body didn't emit any powerful aura, but it still caused Wang Ting's expression to change. It's you. You were waiting for me here. I have formed karma with you here. Yi Fan pressed forward. Right now, he could be said to be invincible among those of the same generation. He could look down on the 8 Desolaces and even killed a heavenly prince, let alone a mere Wang Ting. It was just as Yi Tong had said. Apart from the imperial princes, his greatest enemies were in the starry sky. There were almost no other people of the same generation who could be his match on this ancient star. Miaoyi, leave. I will take his head and end everything, Yi Fan said. And Miaoyi retreated and gave up the battlefield. She believed that even if a few Wang Ting came together, they still wouldn't be a match for Yi Fan. His Dao heart had already been shattered, so what else could be left? Wang Ting, I will kill you all within 30 moves. Show me all your abilities, Yi Fan said. He was invincible in his heart, and the aura he emitted was the same. You are too arrogant. Wang Ting's eyes were bloodshot like 2 blood-colored cold ponds. He was once known as the North Deity and had never been looked down upon like this. His hatred for Yi Fan was as vast and boundless as the waves of the East Sea. The first defeat, the first shattering of his body, and the first pain and humiliation all originated from Yi Fan. It was engraved in his bones and his hatred was hard to dispel. Ah! Wang Ting went crazy. He cleaved down with the golden battle sword in his hand. Many illusory figures flew out from the ancient golden chariot, true dragons, immortal phoenixes, and others, to destroy the enemy together. Wang. Facing these Dao marks, Yi Fan was simple and direct. He only had one attack. He held the black spear in one hand and swung it forward, sweeping everything away. PFFF. All sorts of lights, sword radiance, and immortal phoenix imprints were shattered. They couldn't stop his powerful attack at all. Chi. Yi Fan struck out with his spear. The dark golden spear was like a black dragon that rushed into the sky. It broke through the void and split the dome of heaven. Even if the ancient chariot's battle chi covered the heaven and earth, it still couldn't stop it. Ah! Wang Ting screamed. The cold spear tip blasted away the golden battle sword. The exceptional spear radiance shot over, piercing through his chest. An arm-sized bloody hole appeared on his body. You have fear in your heart. You are even more unbearable than I imagined. I will take your life in 10 moves. Yi Fan pointed the black spear at the space between his brows. Kill, 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 kill. After my 100 defeats, I will become a demonic core. Revive for me. I will become unmatched under the heavens. Wang Ting screamed crazily. His expression warped, and demonic patterns appeared on his face one after another. A streak of dark light even more so rushed out from the crown of his head. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, he turned into a demonic core. Streaks of black patterns appeared on his forehead. It was as if an ancient great demon king had been reborn, becoming many times more powerful. What kind of inheritance did you obtain from Ji family's ancestral palace back then? I fear that it didn't belong to the Void Great Emperor, right? Yi Fan asked. Ha ha, to think that I, Wang Ting, first obtained the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's inheritance, and then I obtained the Undying Mountain's ancient emperor's secret method. I obtained the favor of the heavens and obtained a world-defying great opportunity. In this life, I am destined to be unmatched. None of you can stop my path. He truly went mad. His eyes were blood-red as he screamed and roared. He fiercely attacked Yi Fan. Ancient chaos inheritance, eternal banishment. The void was torn apart. He wanted to strike Yi Fan into a boundless dimensional space and forever bury him in an unknown time-space. Back then, you couldn't even defeat me with this technique. What use is it now? Yi Fan seemed to be standing in the eternal. His body was undying, and his unmatched stance was fully displayed. He traversed the void, and it was difficult for him to be banished. Pooh! His spear stabbed forward. Blood splashed out. Wang Teng's evasion was a bit slow, and an arm turned into a bloody paste as it flew out. Now, Yi Fan had an unrivaled stance. After facing him, every strike was majestic, and every move was able to suppress him. I am not willing to accept this. I was born with the great fate of heaven and earth. What right do you have to fight against me? I have the 9 secrets and 2 great emperors' ancient scriptures. I must kill you. He went mad. The devil pattern on his forehead became even thicker as he attacked. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He finally knew why Wang Teng couldn't recover after a setback. To be exact, he knew why Wang Teng could be revived. This was no longer completely him. There was something living in his body, and the so-called devil fetus was definitely not Wang Teng. North Thearka's devil transformation caused him to be unable to control himself. This should be another strand of chi activity occupying his body and causing havoc. A chill surged up in Yi Fan's heart. He couldn't let this person go and had to kill him completely. He shouted, "Devil fetus beheaded." The two fought intensely. Yi Fan released his unrivaled battle intent. After the 7th exchange, he sent the golden ancient chariot flying with a punch. The sharp spear swept across, and Wang Teng's blood-stained head flew diagonally. Pfff. Yi Fan caught up and pierced the head with his spear, pinning him to the dark golden spear tip. Streaks of blood flowed down. Tell me all your secrets. Huh. I am Wang Teng. No, I am the imprint left behind by the unrivaled Emperor of Undying Mountain. You can't kill me, ha ha ha. Chapter 1084. The sharp tip of the spear flickered with a dark golden luster. Shocking bloodstains were dripping down as a skull was nailed on top of it. The black hair was stuck in the spear's head. Wang Teng's expression was fierce. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and unwillingness. He released his divine sense and roared, "You can't get the chaotic ancient scripture, let alone the ancient sovereign scripture. I won't leave it for you even if I die. As for the first word of the 9 secrets, I'm the only one who knows about it. Let it be lost forever." He screamed and roared as his mind was in chaos. The demonic rune on his forehead became clearer and clearer, making him look like he had lost his human appearance. Black light rushed into the sky above his head as an indescribable creature was about to be born. Yi Fan flicked his finger and specks of golden immortal light scattered the black light. Thunder rumbled in his palm as he tried to forcefully extract Wang Teng's primordial spirit. You're no longer a pure Wang Teng. You're a combination of your original resentment and the shattered imprint of the Undying Mountain. Rather than living in pain like this, it's better to be freed earlier. Yi Fan chanted the scripture in order to purify Wang Teng. At the very least, he had to get rid of the mysterious imprint, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. I'm undying. Void Monarch, I'm not done with you. A beast-like roar rushed out from Wang Teng's mind. His entire skull was cracked. Yi Fan was fearless as he chanted the expiation scripture. He wasn't worried about the reincarnation of an ancient sovereign. If that was the case, Wang Teng would have been controlled long ago. From this, it was only a strand of evil intent. No matter how terrifying a fragment of the spiritual imprint was, it wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Kill, kill, kill. Wang Teng continuously roared, releasing a cruel demonic sound as he executed an indescribable secret technique. Black light rushed out from the top of his head and condensed into a devil fetus. It was completely black with thunderstorm wings on its back and a pair of dragon horns on its head. It stepped on chaotic light and looked rather mighty. It's already been killed by the Void Monarch for more than 100,000 years. It's just a strand of remnant will that doesn't even know who it is. Yi Fan said coldly. He chanted the salvation scripture, and his entire body shone with boundless light, becoming more and more divine and auspicious. The black clouds immediately collapsed and continuously melted. Ah! Wang Teng and the shadow screamed together. Bang! Yi Fan was shocked. This head cracked apart. He immediately extracted the primordial spirit to read through its memories. This was a priceless immortal tomb that used the great emperor's inheritance. There were 9 secret wondrous techniques. I won't let you do as you wish. Wang Teng shouted loudly. His entire primordial spirit exploded, burning fiercely. Yi Fan seized it, not hesitating to use a saint artifact to suppress it. But it was very strange. His primordial spirit was difficult to control. It burned more and more fiercely. Even if he cut it, it wouldn't work. You can't have it, said Meng Hao. You can't control me. Ha ha ha. The 9 secrets will be lost forever. Yi Fan did everything he could to stop his divine destruction. The Vmeng secret was extremely important. It was a supreme wondrous technique for cultivating the primordial spirit. It could sense danger ahead of time. If it wasn't for the green immortal cauldron in his body that could hide him from heaven's mysteries, Wang Teng might be able to rely on the Meng secret to foresee and not come here to kill him. Ha ha ha, you will never obtain the Meng secret. Follow me to the end. Wang Teng's primordial spirit turned into an expanse of fiery light and disappeared inch by inch. If a person wanted to die, no one could stop them, especially something like the primordial spirit. It couldn't be restrained. After cultivating the 1,000 characters secret, his primordial spirit was incomparably special. Yi Fan found it difficult to seal it and even almost let him escape several times. At the same time, the black demonic fetus that had manifested wind and thunder wings and stepped on primal chaos light was also struggling to escape. Yi Fan fully used the 9 secrets and used all kinds of wondrous techniques to suppress it on the spot. Then, he observed Wang Teng's primordial spirit again. Let's end this. Wang Teng shouted loudly. The demonic fetus did the same thing, struggling violently at the same time. Then, it exploded with a peng sound. It's over. Yi Fan's heart sank. There were secret treasures in their primordial spirits, and they had all exploded. Even a saint weapon couldn't restrain them and almost caused him to suffer serious injuries. The black arrow emitted a black light and blocked the energy storm. He only managed to cut off some primordial spirit fragments, and the light was completely annihilated. Hateful. Wang Teng's body and spirit were both destroyed. Only a dozen or so imprint fragments were left in Yi Fan's palm. It was useless to search carefully. They were all just distracting thoughts. Ancient reversion technique, reassemble the sea of consciousness. Yi Fan spread his hands and used the only secret technique in the Vedas. The wandering divine sense fragments gathered over, but it was a pity that they still couldn't find anything. He let out a long sigh because there was nothing he could do. Wait a moment, let me try. And Miaoyi walked over gracefully. The ancient green lamp on her shoulder scattered faint Buddhist light, illuminating this place and forming a sea of consciousness world. Northern plains, within a great desert, there is a divine lake. This is the thing that left the deepest memories. Apart from this, there is nothing else, and Miaoyi said. She used the Dharma to restore it, but she could only obtain these things. It was difficult to trace it back. The ancient green lamp flickered with light. Forget it, I can't force it. Perhaps the 9 secrets are destined to be scattered. It will take time to gather them all. Yifan didn't believe that the inheritance of the pre-word secret would truly be severed. Take care. And Miaoyi left. They would have to part ways in the end. Yifan nodded and watched her disappear into the horizon. The ancient golden chariot and golden sword were rare secret treasures that were difficult to destroy. Yifan couldn't even estimate their level. These were sealed items that Wang Teng had never opened. I just happened to be lacking a carriage. It's really not bad. Yifan tossed the golden sword onto the chariot and put it away. This chariot and sword were most suitable for fighting on the battlefield. Yifan walked through the western desert for half a month. He looked at dozens of ancient temples and finally arrived at Mount Meru. He didn't go up and only watched from the distance. This was a mysterious and holy mountain that seemed to be cast from gold. From the distance, it was resplendent and surged with immortal light. It was unknown just how much faith power was flowing there. It was pure and holy, turning into streak after streak of light. In the end, it condensed into countless rivers that poured down and submerged that place. Mount Meru was vast and boundless, but there was even more faith power. It covered the entire mountain range like a vast sea covering the sky. The boundless expanse made the mountain range look like an island. The great Thunderclap Monastery could not be seen from the distance. One could only see the majestic mountain range. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of zhang tall it towered into the clouds. It was golden and holy. All types of spiritual birds danced about. It was like an immortal domain. In the end, Yifan left into the distance. He didn't ascend the mountain because he felt uneasy in this place. He didn't believe in Buddha, so entering the mountain would be harmful to his body. The Amitabha Great Emperor had shocked the past and present. Even if he wasn't the most mysterious great emperor, his methods were heaven-defying. Who knew what he had left behind? Yifan didn't want to provoke him. Goodbye, Western Desert. Yifan left into the distance. He stepped through the realm gate and crossed the void, heading towards the northern plains. He really didn't want to give up on the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's ancient scriptures. The all-heaven wasteland was overgrown with weeds. It was a desolate grassland located in the northeastern part of the northern plains. There were rarely any signs of human habitation, and no one had ventured deep into this place for tens of thousands of years. There were packs of wild wolves in this place. Every moonlit night, one could hear the woo-woo sounds. The bright moon hung high in the sky. In the distance, a wolf howled at the moon. A huge silver-white wolf was dozens of zhang tall. It swallowed the moonlight and howled loudly. Yifan traveled alone with a black spear in hand. He killed many monsters along the way and arrived at this wasteland. He was looking for a place, the ancient Chaos Desert. There was a divine lake inside. I've finally arrived. It's just up ahead. The huge silver wolf was startled. It turned into a ball of silver flame and fled. Yifan moved forward and saw a desert hidden at the end of the grassland. Early in the morning, mist lingered. He found the divine lake in the depths of the desert. Colorful clouds rose from it, sparkling and translucent. An immortal crane let out a long cry. It spread its wings and tore open the sky. It rushed out from a cliff and turned into a ray of immortal light. It landed on the ground with an unfathomable depth. It's you, the powerful human race's sacred body. The immortal crane spoke in the human language. It stood by the divine lake. Its wings were as white as jade and sparkled. I killed Wang Teng. Yifan had long heard that there was an immortal crane that protected Wang Teng. It had saved him from the Alcade Saint Child. I already know. His soul lamp has already been extinguished. I also sensed his death energy on you. Everything has been decided. The immortal crane sighed. It had no intention of attacking. Yi Fan looked at the divine lake that was filled with surging spiritual energy. The immortal crane spoke again. I brought him here when he was young and obtained the inheritance of ancient chaos great emperor. What a pity for an immortal seedling. After losing to you, the imprint of the undying mountain tainted the origin of his soul. Even if he didn't lose to you, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything. The old crane sighed. After all, Wang Teng was raised by it. Now that it knew of his death, it couldn't help but sigh. I want to know, is ancient chaos great emperor really the other life of Ruthless? Yi Fan asked. There were rumors in the world that ancient chaos great emperor was one of the lives after Ruthless was reborn. This was because his self-cleaving Dao art was extremely similar to Ruthless. No. The old crane shook its head and denied it directly. Ancient chaos great emperor's life was full of ups and downs. He suffered many defeats and was disheartened many times. However, he had a huge fortuitous encounter. First, he obtained part of Ruthless cultivation technique, then he obtained part of Void Monarch's cultivation technique. Then, after 100 defeats, he gave birth to a demon fetus. Other great emperors have never been defeated in their lives. Only ancient chaos great emperor was defeated so badly that he almost lost his Dao heart. In the end, his mind was on the verge of collapsing. The immortal crane said. Ancient chaos great emperor broke out of his cocoon and was reborn. The demon fetus was complete. In the end, he turned everything around. He defeated all his past opponents and reached the peak alone. North region was vast and sparsely populated. There was only one great emperor since ancient times. Ancient chaos great emperor's path was full of ups and downs. It might not seem like a big deal to say that he suffered defeats. However, the process was extremely cruel. He was separated by life and death. His lover died, his family died, his master was killed, and all his friends were wiped out. It was hard for outsiders to understand all sorts of tragedies. It was also because of this that he could still struggle and not give in after all the defeats. Because he was unwilling, he had to rise up. You should understand why I am here. Yi Fan said. If you are here for Great Emperor Chaos Great Emperor's inheritance, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The underground palace is closed and no one can open it in 1,000 years. Unless the Great Emperor comes personally. The old crane said. Yi Fan frowned. He was unwilling. I didn't find an inheritor for ancient chaos great emperor and I feel guilty. 1,000 years later, I will definitely find an outstanding inheritor to make up for my mistake. The old crane spread its wings and took out an ancient wood. It was about half a foot long and gave it to Yi Fan. This might contain the secret of the 4-word formula. You can study it. Wang Teng brought it back from East Baron when he was young. I don't want the inheritance of the 9 secrets to end. Yi Fan took it and bowed. Although the old crane nurtured Wang Teng, it was fair and didn't shield him. It considered the big picture. This piece of blue gold that fell from Ji family's ancestral hall was dyed with Void Emperor's blood. It is not to be underestimated. The old crane spread its wings and a demonic and terrifying piece of blue gold appeared in the sky. Chapter 1085. Eternal Blue Gold. A palm-sized piece of metal flickered with a mysterious luster. It was thousands of times more dreamy than a sapphire, making it hard for people to look away. This was an emperor-grade divine material, a rare immortal material that belonged to ancient great emperors. It was difficult for others to obtain. This was the first time Yi Fan had seen the eternal blue gold. It was so dazzling that it looked like a dream. Blue light circulated around it like the most dazzling star in the universe. However, its strangeness and terror also made one's heart palpitate. Droplets of blood rolled about, every single one so horrifying. They were like great seas, and if they were to roll down, they might be able to drown out all life. The blood of the Void Emperor. Yi Fan muttered to himself. There was reverence in his eyes, as well as bewilderment as he carefully examined it. Without a doubt, the eternal blue gold was only a fragment, a weapon whose corner had been broken by someone. It was stained with the blood of the Void Emperor and fell from Ji family's ancestral hall. These circumstances made one's imagination run wild, and at the same time, they felt waves of horror. The Void Great Emperor suffered serious injuries, and there was a fragment within his body. After more than 100,000 years had passed, the aura contained within these drops of unmatched Emperor blood had already scattered, and the Dao aura had been erased by the eternal blue gold. That was why it wasn't intimidating and could be approached. This piece of eternal blue gold contains a soul fragment that has tainted Wang Ting's soul. I don't want it to continue to wreak havoc in the world, so I'm going to throw it into the divine lake and suppress it with the tomb gate of ancient chaos Great Emperor. The red-crowned crane said, not planning on giving this precious emperor weapon immortal material to Yi Fan, fearing that it would bring about great trouble and seal it for eternity. Let bygones be bygones. Don't let them affect future generations. Boom! After the old crane finished speaking, it threw the eternal blue gold into the lake. The water splashed high into the sky, and then it soared into the sky, flapping its wings and crying loudly. 1,000 years later, the new generation of ancient chaos Great Emperor's inheritor will reappear in the world. He will be cleansed of all impurities and emit the most dazzling brilliance. Yi Fan walked out of the great desert. He turned his head back to take one last look before disappearing into the vast grassland. He held an ancient piece of wood in his hand. There was not the slightest bit of luster on it. When he flicked it, it clanged like metal. The antecedent word is related to it, but I can't see anything special about it. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. According to the old crane's hint, this piece of ancient wood was very important. If it was destroyed, the inheritance of the antecedents of the 9 secrets would be completely cut off. Yi Fan looked at it for a long time but did not find even a trace of the Tao. In the end, he put it away. Some scriptures could not be comprehended unless the time was right. It depended on fate. He left Northern Plains and stepped into the realm entrance. He entered Central Plains alone and headed for Unique Warrior Manor. He wanted to investigate the ancient starry sky path that led to outer space. Where will the so-called strongest trial in history be held? Over the past few days, the Eastern Baron had been in turmoil. The Celestial Prince had died, the 8 divine generals had been annihilated, and the great sage of Kuan-Zhou had been killed. Everyone in the Eastern Baron was discussing this matter. Although the Sacred Prince had taken all the blame, everyone knew that it was a mysterious person who killed the Sacred Prince. Who was this person? Everyone in the 5 regions wanted to know, and it became the focus of attention. People guessed that Yi Fan must have returned. Now, the Eastern Baron was not peaceful. A great battle had come to an end, but the storm had just begun. Although the victorious fighting Buddha's power was boundless and could forcefully intimidate people, he had returned to Mount Meru after all. It was unknown when he would come down again. Many people wanted to find Yi Fan, especially the ancient race. They wanted to know what kind of world he had gone to and what secrets he had. Back then, no one had found the green cauldron in the Battle of the Central Plains Ancestral Temple. People had reason to believe that the ultimate 5-colored altar might have some secrets related to it. But in the end, only Yi Fan had left through the Star Realm entrance. No one else could enter. Many ancient race people wanted to know if there was a connection. It might not be Yi Fan. Now that the saints from the outer space are coming, the path to immortality is about to open. Who knows, it might be the disciple of one of the saints. Of course, not everyone thought so. Some cultivators guessed that it might be the work of other outsiders. Impossible, the human race's sacred physique has definitely returned. Otherwise, why would he attack together with the sacred prince? Even that big black dog raised by AB*TCH has appeared. The majority of people firmly believed that the human race's sacred physique had returned. He had just arrived on this ancient planet, but he had already done something world-shaking. Killing the Heavenly Prince was undoubtedly a sensational event. In the streets and alleys of the Eastern Baron, wherever there were cultivators, the topic of discussion would be related to Yi Fan. Even the people of the Central Plains, the Southern Mountains, and the Western Desert were the same. These days, they were all speculating where he had gone and when he would show up. The human race's sacred physique is too powerful. He even killed the Heavenly Prince. Even Huang Shudao and the Fire Qilin couldn't stop the tragedy. "This is a tragedy," an ancient race member said. "Humph, I think he hasn't had a good time these days. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha has spoken and the saint-grade ancient kings won't act against him, I don't believe there aren't people who dare to take the risk." That's true. The immortal Heavenly Emperor is a deity respected by all races. He killed the Heavenly Prince and didn't allow him to take revenge. There must be saint-grade ancient kings who are furious. Even if they don't dare to act openly, they will still kill him in secret. That's right. He has the secret of traversing the star domains and knows of a mysterious ancient planet with life. Just this alone will make ancient kings want to find him. During these days, Yi Fan had left the Eastern Baron. Everyone was looking for him. Everyone wanted to be the first to find him. If a saint didn't appear, who could contend against him? This was the consensus of everyone. In this era without saints, there were probably not many people who could be Yi Fan's opponent. The Heavenly Prince had been killed. This was a glorious achievement that was difficult to surpass. Huang Shudao, GZ, and the Sacred Prince were the few people who could be compared to him. Unless a powerful character from the outer realms descended, who could be his enemy? Yi Fan came to the Odd Scholar Manor and entered in a low profile. He didn't want anyone to recognize him. Now that the world was full of ups and downs, it was unknown how many people wanted to drag him out. Many years had passed, but the Odd Scholar Manor hadn't changed much. It was located on a celestial mountain with the densest spiritual energy. There were tens of thousands of layers of purple energy and dense immortal light lingered around. The orchid was rooted on the stone peak, the old flood dragon was playing in the deep pool, the Luan was flying outside the jade palace, and the ancient Qilin was lying alone in front of the stone platform. After so many years, the cultivators who stayed in the manor had long since become famous. They had more or less grown up and gradually replaced the older generation. In this era where the laws of the Great Tao were developing, as long as they worked hard, the monstrous geniuses would shine and carve out their own heaven and earth. Revisiting this old place, Yi Fan looked at everything in the Odd Scholar Manor and felt a bit nostalgic. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, the Central Emperor, and the others had all gone far away. Wang Teng had even died in his hands. The experts had left and were no longer in this world. Just what kind of place did they go to? How could it be called the most powerful training in history? Yi Fan walked along the road towards the Odd Scholar Manor's seclusion ground. After cultivating to this level, he felt more and more that the Odd Scholar Manor was unfathomable. Every layout was meticulously chosen. Stone mountains rose and fell, beautiful peaks were everywhere. Draconic energy surged from the great earth. Every outstanding disciple could have a mountain peak as their seclusion ground. There was a winding ancient road that had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. It seemed very short, but one would never reach the end. In our generation, those who died died and those who disappeared disappeared. Only a few of the heaven-defying geniuses from back then are left. There were tea houses and small wine shops on the side of the road built along the mountain. There were disciples of the Odd Scholar Manor and cultivators sitting down to discuss the world situation. Do you guys think the divine physique has really returned? He's really too powerful. He even killed the Heavenly Prince. Who in the world can become his enemy? Woo, did you guys hear? Someone saw Wang Teng in the western desert. It's suspected that he was killed by the divine physique. A few cultivators watched the battle from afar. What? Even Wang Ting died? The North Emperor from back then, one of the top figures of the Odd Scholar Manor, the most powerful expert of the entire world's younger generation, the role model of his generation, fell just like that. Many people sighed. A heavenly genius of a generation ended up like this. They were shocked by Yi Fan's power. He swept through the top figures of the ancient race and the human race. He was clearly unrivaled. I really didn't think that after not hearing any news for more than 10 years, his strength would reach such a level. There are so many corpses on the path of corroboration. Saint children, divine children, ancient princes, and others all fell under his feet one after another. Why do I vaguely see the rise of a great emperor? A cultivator said. It really is hard to find an opponent. If Huang Shudao and Fire Qilin don't appear, no one in the present world can keep him in check. I wonder when those with ancient emperor bloodlines will fight against him. In the end, it will be difficult for him to corroborate the Tao. Who doesn't know that since the ancient times, there have only been great success saint physiques and no special cases of corroborating the Tao? Apart from this, can he avoid the saint-level ancient kings? Rumor has it that the ancient race is making strange movements. Someone might be secretly taking action. Yi Fan heard their discussion and frowned inwardly. However, he wasn't too worried. The damaged immortal cauldron could hide from heaven's mysteries. No one could deduce everything about him, so he didn't have to worry about being found. Cough, you came. The owner of the tavern walked out. His coughing voice was very old as he looked at Yi Fan. You are. Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. Odd Scholar Manor's manor lord from several generations ago. The old man spoke. He wiped the table clean with a rag and invited him to sit. He then placed a pot of aged wine and a few dishes. Put on. At the side, people were thrown into a complete mess. Cups and plates clattered everywhere. A group of people stood up in shock and looked at this old man in disbelief. The owner of the small tavern looked to be around 60 to 70 years old. He was senile and his eyes were turbid. He didn't look like an otherworldly expert at all. His hair was sparse and grizzled. Another unordinary saint physique has appeared in our human race. It is truly rare. More than 100,000 years ago, there were several saint physiques that left this place. One of them was unmatched in another starry sky, creating an immortal legend. There were also some who encountered emperor-level characters that shook the ancient cosmos. They shed blood and were buried in foreign lands, said the old man. Yi Fan was shaken inwardly. This was definitely a saint. There had long been rumors that the Odd Scholar Manor's manor lord was an old saint who lived in seclusion. He never expected to see him today. He really is our old manor lord, an ancient saint. It's him. This youngster has a saint physique. He is Yi Fan. Who would have thought that he truly returned and came to the central continent Immortal Manor? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but leave their seats. These two weren't ordinary people. Regardless of whether they were young or old, either one of them could shake the entire world. This was especially true for Yi Fan. If he walked out now, the central continent would be in an uproar and the eastern wasteland would explode. All the cultivators in the world would pay attention to him. There wasn't a single cultivator who didn't want to find him. Come, sit down. Let's talk about the path to immortality and the most powerful trial in history. This old one has waited for you for 14 years. The old man arranged the bowls and plates and had Yi Fan sit down. He poured 2 cups of wine and raised his cup. Everyone was quite self-aware. They all backed up and stood outside the small tavern. Your troubles aren't small. The old saint said. Yi Fan didn't dare to be negligent. He helped him pour wine and earnestly asked, You are talking about the ancient race, right? Not only these people, but also them. The old man pointed at the sky and said, Saints from outside this region, which one of them who could step on the ancient starry sky path and find this place are ordinary? They are almost here. If they are accompanied by disciples, there will definitely be some stunning youngsters. You won't lack opponents. Hong. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the distance. It was very noisy, and many people were clamoring. Big news, super big news. Saints from outside this region have descended in the eastern wasteland. Rumor has it that they descended 2 days ago, but the news was sealed. Only now has it reached the central continent. The experts from outside this region have been received by an ancient race member. One of his disciples wants to challenge the heroes of the eastern wasteland and then fight his way to the central continent. He wants to challenge Huang Shudao, defeat the sacred prince, and suppress the saint physique Yi Fan. Chapter 1086. The sages from the outer realms had come to the eastern barren territory. This was a major event that would have a far-reaching impact. It foretold a magnificent era in the future. No one knew where they came from, but they all knew that ancient sages who could cross the star field were no small matter. They were absolutely world-shaking. In the small wine shop, the old chief of the unique warrior mansion looked calm and wasn't surprised at all. He had just pointed to the sky and said that the sages from the outer realms would come. How many divine physiques have entered and exited the starry sky from here? Well, I can't say for sure either. In short, their experiences were all extraordinary. I want to know where they went, Yi Fan asked. They went to a faraway ancestral land. Countless sages have fought there. If they don't bathe in divine blood, they can't be considered true experts, the old saint said. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. What kind of place was that? He had never heard of it before. It seemed to be an extraordinary ancient place. Nowadays, becoming an immortal is the common pursuit of all the strongest cultivators. They don't pay much attention to other things. Unfortunately, who can succeed, the old saint said. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Ji Haoyue, the central emperor, the west bodhisattva, the southern demon, and the others had all left. What Yi Fan didn't expect was that the old saint also mentioned another name, Alcade. He also went. What was left behind in the Alcade Holy Land wasn't his true body. Yi Fan was surprised. It's just an incarnation and a Dao body. His true body has been gone for 5 years. The old saint gave him a definite answer. At the same time, he revealed a secret. The reason why Qing Di could still prove his Dao after the great changes of the world was because he had entered the ancestral land from this place and seized the fortune of heaven and earth. Of course, Qing Di didn't go there as a disciple of the unique warrior mansion. Instead, he forcefully borrowed the road and fought his way to that star field, experiencing the baptism of many battles. This is a very cruel ancient road. I don't know what it is like. After all, I haven't experienced it. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, a group of people would go there every 10,000 years. At least 1 or 2, at most a dozen. However, it was very rare for them to return alive. After such an endless amount of time, how many divine bodies have gone? It was recorded that there were 3 whose blood dyed the world beyond, their bones buried in foreign lands, falling along this path. So cruel? Yi Fan was shocked. Before the primordial age, the divine physique was definitely an almost invincible physique. When they were young, apart from the young great emperor, who could compete with it? What kind of path was this? Even the undefeatable great sage's body was drenched in blood. One could imagine just how dangerous and terrifying the path ahead would be. No wonder it was known as the most powerful trial in history. Yi Fan still clearly remembered that back then, the Black Emperor had seriously said that Emperor Wu Shi had also walked this path. There were countless corpses beneath his feet, and blood flowed like rivers. He had met some extremely powerful enemies. What kind of person was Wu Shi? He was powerful to the extreme. Even though he was far from achieving the Tao at that time, he wasn't someone others could compare to. The fact that he was able to encounter a formidable opponent was definitely shocking. Of course, being born in the same era as Wuxia was definitely a tragedy for those people. Their defeat was foreseeable. After all, he was the only one. There were only a few people left alive. Wuxia and Emperor Qing had returned. Even the three divine physiques had died. Their blood had dried up, and their cold corpses lay in disarray. Yi Fan lingered in the Qishir manor for several days before leaving. He would wait for the ancient path to open half a year later and step into the mysterious Star Gate. In the eastern wasteland, a sage from outside the realm descended. The impact was enormous. Everyone was discussing this. The path to immortality was about to open, and this world would no longer be peaceful. Immortality was the ultimate goal of the great emperors of the past. However, it was still difficult to say whether or not the immortal domain truly existed. The ancient emperor and human emperor had both divined this great era and entrusted their hopes to the later generations. This era was finally about to arrive. Wang Su refuted the rumors, saying that he had never said that he would fight Huang Shudao, defeat the sacred prince, or suppress the divine physique of the human race. He said that someone was trying to sow discord. Of course, he also said that he really wanted to exchange pointers with some young experts to improve his cultivation. Wang Su was the disciple of the saint from outside the realm. He had descended into this world with his master and senior brother. No one knew their origins. It was said that they had been invited as guests by a saint-level ancient king. Even though Wang Su refuted the rumors, there were still people who claimed that they had heard it with their own ears. Those words were not false. 2 days later, the Fire Qilin and Huolin met Wang Su in the northern divine city. They drank and chatted happily. However, in less than an hour, the towering wine tower broke apart. It cracked from the inside and then collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Many people saw Wang Su stagger out with a bloody nose and swollen face. His expression was ugly to the extreme. Wang Su fought with the ancient prince and suffered a great loss. To be able to survive under the ancient prince's attack and only have his face injured, his cultivation is truly astonishing. Many people whispered. Everyone in the divine city was shocked. The wine tower was in ruins. Wang Su's expression was gloomy and his face was swollen. "Brother Wang, please wait. I'm really sorry this time. I didn't think that the other imperial brother would arrive. There was actually a misunderstanding between you two," Huolin shouted with a smile. People were astonished when they heard this. It seemed that this was not the doing of the Fire Qilin Cave's brother and sister. Could it be someone else? Dust and smoke filled the air. People only saw a blurry silhouette in the distance and didn't see the true body. They all guessed. Could it be that the sacred prince came and defeated Wang Su because he was dissatisfied with his arrogant words? That's most likely the case. Otherwise, who would do this? Only the sacred prince has that kind of strength. No, that blurry silhouette seemed to be Huang Shudao. People were suspicious, but they still couldn't determine who that blurry silhouette was. What does it have to do with me? However, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. The sacred prince suddenly appeared above the divine city and swept his rod over. "You!" Wang Su was shocked and angry. He had suffered a loss while drinking and was suppressed by Huang Shudao. Now, he was obstructed by a monkey. It was truly not going well for him. The real sacred prince has come. That person just now must be Huang Shudao. People suddenly understood. In the sky above the divine city, a battle unfolded. The sky collapsed, essence energy boiled, and rosy clouds covered the sun and moon. Wang Su was indeed powerful, but he was still a bit lacking compared to the sacred prince. He couldn't block that black metal rod and was sent flying on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the lower half of his body was smashed into a ball. The monkey left after the fight. He couldn't be bothered to give him another look and didn't take his life. I thought I could comprehend the Tao through battle, but it turns out to be nothing more than this. This Wang Su is truly unlucky. He was first suppressed by Huang Shudao and then almost beaten to death by the sacred prince. Does he really think he can look down on this ancient star just because he can travel through the star domain? He didn't even think about what kind of person he provoked. People discussed, and many people shook their heads. Nothing more than this. I thought he was quite powerful. Yi Tong was also in the divine city. A black cat followed beside him. It was formed from the Black Emperor. There was no helping it. It was too hateful, so it didn't dare to swagger around. Wang Su was almost beaten to death. His primordial spirit was split apart, and the lower half almost disappeared. He directly fell from the divine city and almost fell onto the limestone ground. Only when he was 2 zhang above the ground did he stabilize his body. He rushed into the sky with difficulty and looked at the divine city hatefully. This was a sad place that made him lose all face. Hey, you left just like that. I want to ask, did you say you wanted to defeat the sacred prince and suppress the human race's divine body? Yi Tong crossed his arms and stood in the distance as he asked. He was delicate and pretty, and his face was brilliant. So what if I did? Wang Su said with a cold expression. Everything was going wrong today. I want to say that you're still far from it. After a few years, after I sever the Tao, I reckon I'll be able to smash you into 8 pieces with a single slap. Yi Tong shook his head. How dare a brat that stinks of his mother's milk dare to be disrespectful to me? Wang Su immediately became angry. He forgot that his master and senior brother had reprimanded him and told him to refute the rumors. Today, he was beaten down again and again, and the veins on his forehead were knotted. He slapped down with his palm. This was the method of an expert at the peak of the Tao severing. Its power was naturally shocking, and it was as fast as divine lightning. Nay, a horse neighed, and a wild horse that didn't look all that majestic charged over angrily. It carried Yi Tong on its back and stepped into the sky, charging toward Wang Su. It was Longma. Of course, it didn't reveal its true form. It covered its dragon bones and true appearance, turning into a crazy horse. Otherwise, as an auspicious beast that only ancient emperors could possess, it would be too dazzling to appear in the world like this. Yi Tong rode on its back and was incomparably calm. Longma's own attack power was too high. It slapped forward with its hoof and clamored, "I'll step on your lungs." Boom! Wang Su was sent flying on the spot. His entire arm was almost broken, and there was a clear hoof print on his chest and lungs. He was almost trampled through. That seems to be Yi Tong, the disciple of the human race's divine physique. He actually came as well. Someone guessed Yi Tong's identity and revealed a strange expression. This instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the divine city. Wang Su's lungs were about to explode. It was fine that he was suppressed by Huang Shudao and the sacred prince, but even a brat dared to ride a fierce horse and collide with him. This made him really angry. You are the disciple of the human race's divine physique? I'll deal with you first, and then I'll settle the debt with him. Tisk, stop boasting. You only have this bit of ability. You won't even be able to get past me and the heavenly horse. Yi Tong shook his head with a calm smile. From Wang Su's perspective, this was a type of contempt and humiliation. Huang Shudao and the sacred prince came in person. The human race's divine physique was truly intolerable. He actually sent a disciple and a fierce horse over. He was truly looking down on him too much. He displayed his most powerful secret technique and unleashed an extremely terrifying attack. Even Longma couldn't help but be careful as it circled around him. Yi Tong also made his move. He displayed the sun god technique, and his entire body shone like a sun. Then, he used his emperor-level secret technique and pushed it outwards. He truly has the divine physique style from back then. He is quite similar to the past Yi Fan. He is full of divine bravery. Many people sighed in admiration. Dong! Longma took action. With a single kick, it disintegrated Wang Su's most powerful attack. It carried Yi Tong into the sky and sent him flying several hundred zhang away. One man and one horse crossed the heavens. Behind them was an expanse of blood. Wang Su was trampled until he was deformed. His entire body was covered in blood, and even his bones were exposed. His lungs had been trampled through by the horse's hooves. The human race's divine physique didn't appear, yet this disciple already dealt with this Wang Su. Truly, I heard that this Yi Tong still hasn't gotten engaged. In the future, it will definitely be Yi Fan's turn. Now, it's the perfect time to form a marriage alliance. Many great sects people were moved. Quite a few people revealed looks of admiration. They were full of expectations towards this mature youth. Wang Su felt great hatred. The human race's divine physique didn't appear, and they sent a disciple and a fierce horse to seriously injure him. This was truly a type of great humiliation. My master's bloodline isn't weaker than others. The world's inheritance is unmatched. We will get revenge from you all. He left hatefully. However, this truly blamed Yi Fan wrongly. He had just arrived in the eastern wasteland and didn't make any arrangements. He didn't know about these things at all.